And welcome to the Learning Exchange, live from the FT studios here in London. I'm Gustav Nordbeck, and I'm the CEO of Headspring, a joint venture of the Financial Times and IE Business School. As the theme of this Learning Exchange is the future of leadership, I wanted to start with a proverb, which many of you will know, and which I think succinctly captures the essence of leadership. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I often come back to this idea because it reminds me of the magic that happens when we bring people together and co-create a pathway to a common goal. While the context and environment will always change, the leader's objective remains the same: to paint a clear picture of the future, to align the team around a shared purpose, and create an environment that allows everyone to thrive, be their best selves, and grow. The purpose of this Learning Exchange is to create a platform where leaders worldwide can engage in honest conversations while also learning from each other. We have people connecting from all corners of the world, from Australia to Chile, from South Africa to Sweden. And we're all joining with the same objective: to learn, debate, listen, and share. As you go through the sessions today, ask yourself, what issues raised most affect the way you lead and how you might become a better leader? To start this journey today, let us begin in the way that we believe all leaders in business should start, by looking at the wider context and the big external forces that we can't always control, but that affect us all, and often in very different ways. This year, in the midst of a major war in Europe, an energy crisis, an economic crisis, and the growing existential threat of climate change, new words have entered our vocabularies: polycrisis, permacrisis. Our purpose is to try to make sense of this backdrop, to understand the different ways it affects us and how we can adapt. And to help us understand these forces, I have the privilege to welcome our keynote speaker, the Financial Times chief economics commentator, Martin Wolf, a multi-award-winning journalist, and one of the world's most influential voices in financial journalism. Martin, welcome to the Learning Exchange.
Well, I'm delighted to be here and to participate in this exciting venture. What I'm going to try to do in the next 25 minutes is talk about where the world is, how it got here, and where it might be going. So it's going to be a very big picture story about a very important period of history. And I call the period that we got to as a result of the developments I'm going to talk about it, a hinge moment in history. I think this decade is one of those really important moments in history. We have to understand why and how we got here. So let me start there with the period from 1978 to 2007. So why did I start in that period? Well, the reason is that in 1978, Deng Xiaoping became the leader of China. And that meant that, in a way nobody at the time expected, China was going to embark on an extraordinary experiment. And it led to what I think is the most important economic development in the world since the Industrial Revolution itself, namely the sudden transformation of China into, and it's sudden, 40 years, into a superpower, from being a completely marginalized, self-isolated, but also isolated country. This was followed, of course, with the election of Margaret Thatcher in the UK in 1979 and Ronald Reagan in 1980. and we got what sometimes is called neoliberalism. It might be called the new market economy, and of course, globalization. So one of the consequences of this was the move to globalization and the development of a integrated world economy. This was, in fact, became, and to a large extent still is, far and away the most integrated world economy there has been in history. The only exception is the movement of people. If you look at the movement of goods across frontiers, by 2007, more or less the end of this period when the financial crisis hit, the trade ratio to goods was twice as high as it had been before the First World War, which was the last big period of globalization. The production system of the world in the process was completely transformed. Capital, of course, moved immensely freely across the entire world in vast flows of all kinds. We achieved an extraordinary degree of integration. This led to and was associated with huge geopolitical changes. I've already mentioned the progressive rise in China, which became far more significant only in the more recent period. But the other really huge one, of course, was the fall of the Soviet Union. And the belief, Francis Fukuyama famously talked about this, that we were at an end of history, that democratic capitalism, if you like, our system, had conquered the world. Now, there were obviously other important developments of this period. This was the time when we began to realize how profoundly information and communication technology was changing the world. That indeed is, in large part, what allowed the integration of our goods sectors so profoundly, the unbundling of production chains of across the world. The supply chain phenomenon that we've got so familiar with really started as a result of that. But there were also some real downsides in this period. Productivity started to do not really very well, or that was already clear in the late 70s and 80s. It's been a paradox. I think it's an explicable one, but it's a paradox that while technology has moved forward so much, productivity has not done so. Now, the problem this creates is obvious. It means that for a very large part of the population in the developed world, the standards of living have not risen very much. In addition, again, in the developed world, inequality has risen a great deal in many countries, particularly in the US, but also some degree in the UK and other countries. And this has started to make people feel pretty concerned, and started to create the conditions for a populist backlash. And we've seen this against trade. It wasn't really a big thing in the period from 78 to 2007, but you could see a beginning of a concern about what was happening to our society. Then let's just move on then to the next big section of what I want to talk about, what I call the era of shocks, the period from 2007 to 2022. Perhaps there's a couple of other things I have to mention about that prior period. Of course, it was the era when we began to be really aware of the sustainability question. Not much done about it. There would be lots of discussion, but people began to be really aware of it. And the second thing that I should remind you of is the era of financialization, along with globalization, with enormous expansion in debt and credit. Now, so this was where we were in 2007. And in 2007 began what I think of as the era of shocks. And one of them is directly related to what I just talked about, this enormous expansion of credit and debt. um, associated with a really rather remarkable phenomenon, the export of capital, particularly from China to the West. This created the conditions, and I've argued this in my book, The Shifts and the Shocks, which looked at the financial crisis, for an extraordinary credit and housing boom in much of the West, which blew up. It's a complicated story about how, but it had immensely important political consequences. There are very few events that make clear to a population that the people in charge really don't know what they're doing. But a financial crisis is one of them. Suddenly, the core of the financial system on which they rely, which they trust, seems to be just breaking up in front of their eyes. They don't understand why. They also see governments coming to the rescue in an enormous scale, and that indeed happened. But the governments didn't necessarily come to their rescue. So I think the populist pressure that was already there because of the impact of globalization, the so-called China shock in the United States, as a lot of industrial jobs were lost, this deindustrialization, which happened in so many countries, was suddenly reinforced by the perception of this collapse of the financial system rescued by the government. This is a loss of trust, a loss of confidence in the elites in charge, has very profound consequences. It means that once you stop believing in elites, then populist politicians come along and say the elites can't be trusted at all. You should reject the elites of the left, the university-educated elites, the commercial elites. Trust in me. Just trust in me. And of course, whatever I say, and you could see this happening, in my view, it's pretty obvious in the US with the election of Donald Trump and also in the Brexit campaign here. This breakup of politics, the old established orders and elite of elites, was transformed in a new era of populism, mutual suspicion, of course reinforced by another aspect of our new technologies, namely the new media. Now, I've talked about an era of shocks, and there have, of course, been two more very, very big ones in just the last 3 years. The pandemic, COVID, and now the Ukraine-Russia war and the clear emergence of what seemed to be two opposing blocs. COVID was not, in a way, it was a shock. And it was a surprise that it happened then, as it were, but we've known for a long time that pandemics were possible, possibly even likely. But we never knew quite what it would be like, and we didn't know how it would hit us. The interesting thing about COVID is that its economic impact in the short run was much bigger than people would have expected. There have been analysis of pandemics before, but nobody expected such deep recessions. But on the same time, the governments did, particularly in the developed world, not in the developed world, come to the rescue in a very, very big way. And above all, the vaccination program was much quicker and much more successful than most people expected. So one has to regard COVID as a success, the treatment of COVID as a success. But meanwhile, the Ukraine-Russia war and the tacit backing by China of Russia has made very clear the other huge development in the era of shocks, which is the emergence of an increasingly hostile relation between the two superpowers, with the US and the emergent superpower China, shown in the election of Donald Trump, continued under Joe Biden, a bipartisan agreement on that China is an enemy. And of course, it's probable that Russia would not have started the war in Ukraine without Chinese tacit backing. This, of course, has enormously increased the economic problems of the world, exacerbated the inflation that came out of COVID already, created an energy shock, an inflation shock, and a food shock across the world. And finally, as I said, we become aware of the climate issue very significantly before 2007. We already had the Kyoto conference in '92, but we have become increasingly aware that we're not actually, despite all the words, getting on top of it. And a very significant part of the younger generation are feeling that those in charge are bequeathing a planet with unmanageable and irreversible climate disaster baked in. So the air of shocks has been very traumatic. And now we are, to look at the third section I want to talk about, where we are now, what we have to do. We are in what is being called a polycrisis, or the great unraveling. What I think of as a great unraveling? The immediate, we have the energy, food, and inflation shocks. We have a possibly temporary, maybe not end, of the long years of free money with the associated huge financial risks. Nobody knows quite how long that will last. I think inflation will be brought under control, but the risks are very, very significant. So with this sudden transformation of the world financial environment, we, of course, have the obvious risks of superpower conflict and the concern that deglobalization, which has been avoided since the financial crisis, globalization just stopped. It didn't reverse. The question is it going to go into reverse? What will it mean if we try to go for friendshoring or bringing supply chains back home? Is any of that realistic? Nobody really knows. But we do know that the World Trade Order and the World Trade Organization has not really functional. And of course, people are really concerned about the risk of war. We've already got it in Ukraine, and there's a lot of concern. Well, what will happen with Taiwan? So what do we have to do? I think we have to understand, and this is a world leadership problem in which everybody is involved, we have to sustain global public goods. We have a common responsibility for achieving a sustainable economic system, a sustainable planet, preserving peace, and that means preserving cooperation. We cannot afford anything like a repetition of what happened during the earlier years of the last century, which was 45 years of disaster. I've noted in a recent column that when we look back at what went wrong in the past, it's pretty clear that the thing that really destroyed the integrated global economies is not normal protection, it's not normal political stresses, it's geopolitical disaster. The two world wars, the Great Depression, destroyed the integrated world economy, destabilized the entire world, and of course, the wars themselves were catastrophes. We have to sustain a basically cooperative world order. And it's not quite clear now whether that can be done, but it has to be a dominant priority for the world's leaders. I was very encouraged to see Biden and Xi talking to each other. There has to be a lot of talk. However difficult the current polycrisis may be, nothing will be resolved without agreement to cooperate while differing with one another. We have to accept and tolerate differences. Meanwhile, of course, within the Western world, the broadly defined world of democratic capitalism, there is a really important challenges, particularly in a world where autocracy, far from what Frank Fukuyama hoped, has been an increasingly potent threat. Many countries have chosen or had foisted upon them autocratic rulers. Democracy as a system is, in the famous words of Larry Diamond, a very well-known authority on democracy. Democracy is in recession. And of course, China is becoming a very assertive presence and a considerably more autocratic system than many of us hoped or expected 10 or 12 years ago. So stabilizing democracy, making democracy work, making democracy successful, which hinges, I think, above all on making the population of our societies have a restored trust in their leaders. And by their leaders, I don't mean just their political leaders. I'm also talking about their intellectual, social, and business leaders. Without trust in the leadership, the elite of a society, it is actually impossible for it to be stable, because it's not that people stop trusting in anything. What happens instead, if they stop trusting those in charge, is they will trust in anything. And then we have a breakdown of any possibility of reaching a common conception of what the public good is, which is an essential ingredient for a successful democratic world. So where we are now is a world of enormous challenges, some of them technical, how we deal with monetary policy, how we deal with disease, things of this kind. But they're fundamentally political challenges at the global level, cooperating in difference, and political challenges at the domestic level in the democratic order. And how we respond to those challenges will determine what the world looks like 10 years from now.
Thank you very much, Martin. Such a succinct and great background to where we find ourselves today. And indeed, we have many challenges that stand out. And I think, to me, what stands out from this is really the confluence of challenges that most of us, most of the working age population haven't really had to face before. Future leaders are clearly dealing with a very different set of risks and a very different environment. How do we prepare the leaders to navigate these future challenges? Peter Drucker famously said, "The only skill that will be important in the 21st century is the skill of learning new skills. Everything else will become obsolete over time." I think that's a very powerful point. And in this ever-changing world that we face, the skill of learning, unlearning, and relearning is really crucial for us to prepare our operating systems and our playbooks for the transformations that need to happen. Our next panel, moderated by the senior business writer at the FT, Andrew Hill, will discuss the skills and traits next generation leaders need to have and how we can prepare for today's workforce for future challenges. But first, just as our next panelists get ready, we're going to share a very short video about how we tackle the challenges of understanding and defining learning needs here at Headspring.
Here at Headspring, when clients approach us, they usually come with a problem. But the reality is they have only uncovered the symptoms rather than the real cause of those problems. That's why we go deeper. We believe the first step to successfully creating change is to identify the deep-rooted causes of performance gaps. And to do that, we apply a 7-step methodology. The first step is to align learning objectives to the business strategy. And then secondly, define what success looks like. Step 3 is all about personas, while step 4 is all about identifying their learning needs. After that, we work with the clients to understand what kind of learning cultures they have in place, as well as identifying which tools and methodologies are right for them. Finally, it is important to define boundaries and run a complete stakeholder mapping. Uncovering deep-rooted problems can be uncomfortable and challenging, but it is an essential step in taking the right learning and development decisions and making better informed investments.
Hello and welcome back to the next session of our Learning Exchange. I'm Andrew Hill, Senior Business Writer at the Financial Times, and I'm joined in the studio by André Lacroix, CEO of Intertech Group and author of Leadership with Soul, new book out now. Also on screen, Kelly Beaver, CEO UK and Ireland for Ipsos, the polling company and research company. Imad Al-Ablani, General Manager and Head Group Human Resources at NBK, National Bank of Kuwait. And Nancy Borneman, HR Director and Global Learning and Development Head at Endress and Hauser, the manufacturing company. Welcome to all of you. We're going to talk about next generation leadership, as Gustav explained. And we're also going to, I hope, make this a very interactive session. If you have questions, thoughts, ideas that you want to feed into the discussion, please use the Slido app to submit them. I'll be keeping an eye on that on my iPad here and trying to weave these questions into our discussion over the next 45 minutes. I'd urge you not to wait until the last minute to submit the questions, and that way we can find time to address them, I hope, during our session. So next generation leadership, clearly, as Martin Wolf has laid out, there are a number of challenges, technical, economic, demographic, political, that businesses face. And it will fall, by definition, to the next generation, in lots of cases, to deal with those. And the current generation of leadership clearly bears some, at least general responsibility as a generation for having got us into the place we're in now, which itself throws up various tensions. But I want to ask each of our panelists, as an opening question really, what they believe are the ways in which they can prepare today's workforce for the future challenges that Martin has laid out. And I'll start with you, André, in the studio and then work my way around our panelists. How do we prepare today's workforce for the future?
We at Intertech, we are really fortunate because we are a really growth-oriented company, and what we do in society is really essential for the world to operate safely. So, we are really mission critical. So we are really focused on growth, no question about it. There is nothing that we touch in our lives every single day that has not been tested or inspected by Intertech, and quality assurance is essential. If I were to tell you, for instance, that we test the fuel safety and quality of Air Force One, and President Trump and President Biden couldn't fly without us. Essentially, we've got very intrinsic defensive characteristic. Having said all of that, we are a global business and we face challenges. And how we prepare our teams is very simple. First of all, we make sure we are focused on what we call leading and lagging indicators. In any business, you got to be paranoid about the next trend. You got to be paranoid about what's happening in the marketplace, and you got to know your business goals so you're ready to take action. So that's starting with the facts. The other thing we do is we over-communicate. It's really important in good and bad times for everyone to understand where you stand, because we are one team. We're all on the same page. And if you need to take corrective actions, we need to hear the good and bad news real time. And then, finally, it's all about how you measure your performance. And you got to benchmark yourself against your competitors. At the end of the day, it's never a straight line. There is always ups and downs in businesses. And the only thing that matters is being better than your competitor. And that's how you create a sense of pride in delivering performance in challenging and also challenging times. So that's how we prepare our teams. And in my view, these are essential, focus areas for us to handle the complexity ahead.
Right. Let me just ask one follow-up before I go on to ask Kelly the same question. What's the sort of, in terms of developing the next generation within the company? Clearly, like all companies, it's a mixture of training the people you have and recruiting good people from outside. Yep. How is that adapted to what's needed for the future? We'll come back to talk about all the skills that are needed, but I'm just wondering what you're doing differently in terms of programs to keep up with competition.
Oh, we have stepped up the way we look at data. data science is really important. There is so much data to look at and people can get confused. So being really assertive, this is really, really important. The other thing is being able to plan ahead, and scenario planning is part of the skills that you need, because you cannot plan for just one scenario. You got to have multiple scenarios. And one of the skills that obviously we are focusing on is asking our leaders and young leaders to think of both offense and defense. When there is a challenging situations, the first reaction is, let's play safe, let's protect cash. Important, but you got to innovate, you got to invest, because when there is a downturn, the first company to perform better will overperform over time, because they will get a momentum advantage. So that's what we try to do in terms of helping our leaders think through this complexity attached to crisis management.
Right. Well, we'll come back to how leaders act in times of crisis, perhaps with a bit of reference to recent crises in a second. But let me turn now to you, Kelly. Talking of data, obviously Ipsos has a lot of data about what generations are thinking about the future challenges and so on. But how would you answer this question about planning and preparing today's workforce for future challenges?
So I think it's first worth reflecting on what the workforce have been through in the past and the extent to which they've seen this level of uncertainty before. And 3 in 10 of the workforce today have not been through an economic recession of scale before. So look across your workforce, and on average, 3 in 10 of them haven't seen something like what we're about to head into in the coming months and years. And so part of our role as leaders in a business is to help them navigate, but also to teach them a little bit about what you do when an economic downturn hits, what kind of things are important. And actually, your previous speaker spoke really eloquently about leading indicators and knowing what's coming, not just looking in the rearview mirror, being tighter on things like invoicing and cash control, getting a good visibility of your carryover in your pipeline. The finances become very, very important. But also, ultimately running a business is about 2 things. It's about your people and it's about your clients. The understanding of your clients' problems and the understanding of how your people are facing into these financial uncertain times themselves are absolutely critical, and helping to then communicate to them how you can add extra value to them, to their lives, etc., becomes fundamental, because those who add the most value will thrive in a time of economic uncertainty, both with their ability to attract talent, retain talent, and lead through it, and also to do the same, attract and retain clients. So I would say people, clients, absolutely pivotal, but don't forget, many have never experienced this before. And so you do need to teach some of the fundamentals that those of us who have been through times of great uncertainty, not pandemic, where ultimately there was a huge amount of pastoral care provided to employees during that time. Collaboration was critical, government stepped in, etc. Economic recession is a different type of challenge.
Right. Before I turn to Emad, Kelly, what's the research showing us about how the next generation or younger generations of the workforce are thinking about coming challenges? Anything that you can pick out from surveys you've done?
Yes, indeed. So some of the core things that are impacting on that younger generation at the minute is things like their own level of income. And I think they're very focused on their own level of income, more so than those of longer tenure in the workforce. Gen Z, which is the group that have come into the workforce most recently, and all of those younger millennials as well, are the ones who haven't experienced this sort of economic recession before, but they're also the ones that are most concerned about the personal impacts and less aware perhaps of some of the wider organizational impacts and how they can be equipped to help companies work through this time. And that's what I meant about giving them really basic things that they can focus on, actions that they can take in a time of crisis to have a positive impact. Because ultimately, as leaders as well for that group, we are the bringers of hope, the messaging of hope. And for that generation, there's huge opportunities to innovate, to learn. In times of crisis, that's when you learn the most. And so there's a huge opportunity for that workforce. And I don't think they are fully abreast of the upside also for their own personal development from an economic challenge point.
Right, always hard to see the upside when you're in the middle of the crisis, of course. Emad, let me talk to you for a second about this. How is the bank preparing the workforce, particularly the next generation of the workforce, to meet the challenges that Martin Wolf and Andre and Kelly have all referred to?
Actually, you should first start to understand the current workforce that you have. And then definitely with that type of uncertainty, with the, let's say, motives that would come behind the new generation, you need to really improvise and come up with the right solution from their minds. Meaning that you put those people in the middle or in the center of your solution and come up with solutions that really keep them stick with the organization. By saying that, definitely, we saw that the current generation actually would like to see a development opportunity, more upskilling their skills. So we invest heavily in training and development intervention for those people. Yet we need to communicate their career path clearly, actually. So the current generation, if they don't see their path as let's say, from clarity point of view, as well as a commitment, if you do that, you will receive this. Definitely you will face challenges in retaining them. So by doing that, actually, you need to do it in a more accessible way, because at the end, you cannot control the attrition rate. No matter what you have do or you did for those generation, there will be an attrition. But you need to clarify them. If they decided to leave you, what they are going to leave behind. And this is the employee value proposition that we would like spread and clarify it to the new generation.
Right. I mean, just to come back to you on that, Imad, is there a sense that you have that with the generation that's coming into the bank now, that you're looking at shorter tenure, shorter stints at the bank, and they're coming in with the idea that this is a 3 or 4 year part of a much longer and more varied career with more employers than their predecessors?
Absolutely. Actually, first of all, we need to accept that their tenure in the organization would be shorter than before. And as much as you keep them engaged and feeling the purpose of their, let's say, exist within this organization, then definitely you will manage to extend that period as much as you could. And with accelerated, let's say, career path, definitely, I think that generation will be stick to the organization.
Right. Nancy, just tell us whether some of these responses resonate with you, with a different business in a different part of the world. I think you have 16,000 employees. Yeah. Do these sound like the same actions that you're taking to meet the challenges and to keep the younger generation workforce happy and motivated?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. From a leadership perspective, we do talk about having the capability to continue to do sense making, and sense making not from the perspective of tunnel vision, where you're very focused, bringing in your intellectual intelligence and looking at the business, but actually opening up and really sensing what's happening out there from the outside in, and the impact that brings within your organization. So I think that's one thing that's really important, particularly when we look at the world and how complex the world is. So this perspective of complex systems and also business ecosystems, it's really, really important to make sure that you're looking broad and sensing what's going to be coming in the future. So it's kind of like this perspective of being future ready and what are the things that you need to do there. And what comes out of that is definitely two things. One thing from a leadership capability perspective is this idea of relating, right? So connecting with your people and connecting with the younger generation, of course, and being able to have empathy, being able to sort of, bring people together to collaborate. These types of perspectives are really, really important. I think also, in that relation space, it's so important as a leader to be self-aware and connecting with yourself. What's your purpose? What are your values? What are your key principles? And that really needs to be tight and key with the business and with the people. And then the last part that I wanted to really iterate based on all those perspectives. You're dealing with people, you're working with teams, and the perspective of diverse teams is really important as we move forward to be future ready, because the world is changing. The world is so dynamic. So how can we look at teams and make sure that we have this agile and adaptive view and way of working? So this is that addition of new ways of working and looking at teams, and the fact that teams should be smaller. I mean, you know, there's a quote from Jakob Morgan who says, "Hey, listen, if you cannot feed a team with 2 large pizzas, then your team is way big. It's just too big." So you want to have smaller teams so that they're more nimble, so that they can move faster and move quickly as the environment changes. And that's real tough for leaders, because it means that leaders need to empower. They need to let go. They need to enable the younger generation or these diverse teams to make their own decisions, to have iterative processes, to experiment, and to try things and then keep going. So I think those are the aspects that we're looking at in a production, a manufacturing organization. That's really important for us to be able to be ambidextrous, to innovate and be fast at innovation, close to the customer, so that those customer journeys, but then also to be efficient, leveraging, someone mentioned data, for example, data and automation and these types of things. So.
Right. Yes, that's. I mean, the two pizza rule, I think, is one that Jeff Bezos has also put in place at Amazon,
Yes.
isn't it?
That's right.
We've obviously come through, or are coming through, a particular crisis, the pandemic, and there is this sense of sort of perma-crisis, perpetual crisis, that just as you think you've got one behind you, another one comes along. So I'd just like to touch in with each of you a little bit on how you have led through the recent crisis, or the recent crises. I spoke at the beginning of the pandemic on a similar panel about the difference between the sort of acute phase of the pandemic, where we were all scrambling to react and get into lockdown with the correct equipment and the right mindset, and re-establishing processes in a very odd and unprecedented situation, and the sort of chronic phase, which arguably we're still in, where we're coping with, you know, the challenges of hybrid work, the other crises that are coming along, both the long-term ones and the shorter term, from climate crisis to war in Europe. I mean, these all require different types of leadership, Andre, but just wondering if you can pick out a few practical examples of the way in which you perhaps reassured. Nancy talked about sense making. Yeah. How did you deal with your team members, particularly the ones, as Kelly mentioned, who haven't been through anything, well, none of us have been through anything like this before, but those who were experiencing these types of crises for the very first time?
Absolutely. We do run a leadership course at Intertech, which I basically run with my colleagues, and I spent quite a bit of time on crisis management, what I call turnaround management. And the simple principle is that in any situation, the operating capability of the business needs to be in line with the business complexity. And when you have a crisis, typically it's because, as Martin was talking, there is a shock, or sometimes multiple shock, impacting your company and increasing the complexity immediately. And what I advise our team to do is first peel the onion, really understand the situation. Not every crisis is going to be wasted. There will be opportunities, and try to come up with short-term goals that will create a sense of hope, so that people can see in your team the light at the end of the tunnel, and you can measure immediate success. The other thing that I try to help my colleagues, think about is, the importance of rescoping, reframing, prioritizations. Complexity means you could be overwhelmed. So focus on fewer, actions that are going to have a big impact, that you can really make a difference with your business very quickly. What I call that is fewer, bigger, faster. And the final advice I give to my teams, based on my experience, and trust me, I've done a few crises, the mad cow disease at Burger King, or 9/11 at Euro Disney, right, or the automotive industry with Inchcape in 2009. We had a big, reduction of demand, and recently COVID. You've got to be the chief energy officer. You've got to be present. You've got to be close to your team. You've got to increase your frequency of communications. During the first 6 months of COVID-19, I would do a weekly podcast to the entire organization to let them know what was happening that week and what we're going to do next week, because the short-term, focus is really, really important. And then share successes, recognize, celebrate quick wins. The more you can basically market your quick win internally, the higher the energy is going to be, and that's going to help you deal with the unexpected. So these are the few advice I give to our team. Then suddenly this is what I've been practicing for many, many decades.
Right. Just a question. I mean, I was at a conference last week on management where one of the CEOs on a panel there said, you need to be absorbing the anxiety of your team and emitting energy. That's a chief energy officer. I thought, well, that's so exhausting. I mean, how personally do you cope with that? If you're absorbing a lot of anxiety and you can't ignore it, how do you get over that personally? What was your sort of technique? What is your technique?
Well, my experience is, as a leader, you give and you get energy. Of course, you have to give energy to your team. You are the chief energy officer. But if you're authentic, if you're genuine, if you care for your people, which is obviously the subject of the book you were referring before, you get a lot of energy.
Right.
And the biggest source of energy for me is when I see my teams grow. I see people rising to the challenge and doing the things they would not even think of doing a minute ago. And that's, how you get your energy is by, sharing successes and achievement through your teams.
Right. Kelly, as the other CEO on the panel, I mean, the point that Nancy mentioned was about making sense of the crisis. What I'm wondering is, at what point, perhaps in any of the last 2 or 3 years when we've been heading into this sort of series of crises, how easy is it for a CEO to say, I just don't know, in answer to the question of what happens next? I mean, Andre talked about scenario planning. That's a way of obviously testing various approaches. And as I understand it, during the crisis, CEOs spend a lot of time obviously running new scenarios. You'd have, best outcome, medium outcome, worst outcome, and then perhaps everything got worse and the best outcome was then your medium outcome and so on. I'm just wondering about the power of saying, I don't know, and how sparingly or often that should be admitted by a CEO during a crisis.
I think at the beginning of the pandemic, I'll tell you a story. At the beginning of the pandemic, one of the first things I did was bring my senior management team. First of all, I was telling them to go home from early February because we're a global business and obviously we saw what was happening in China. And most of them were telling me I was mental and this wasn't going to happen. And I was really worried at that point in time. And when ultimately we locked our teams down, which was a week ahead of when government in the UK moved to do it, I did a briefing call with all of my senior leaders. And my daughter interrupted the call. She came running in behind me. And the fact, I got so many messages after that about the humanity and the authenticity of the messages that I was communicating, which were, this is what we do know, and this is what we can do as a senior leadership team. I need you speaking to your clients. I need you speaking to your team. I know you can't see them visibly, but I need you to have small group conversations online and one-to-ones ASAP with as many people as you possibly can. These are things that are in your gift. We don't know what will come next, but if we work together as a team, we will be able to have the best outcome for us individually and for our business. And the fact that I couldn't say what was coming next, but I could give them purposeful hope and actions to take. People want to help. In a crisis, your workforce is bought into your organization. They want to help see it through with you, but you need to give them an idea of what is feasible and how to do it. And the other thing we know from our research is mass communications are often what leaders revert to. Big webinar broadcasts, they have the least impact in terms of the trust that people feel in you and they feel in the organization. And during the pandemic, many CEOs reverted immediately to large-scale webinars because that was the easiest way to speak to the masses. But keeping going with small group conversations, one-to-ones, any new joiner, do a one-to-one for 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes out of your day. It makes a massive impact to how they feel, trust and authenticity in you as a leader and in the future of the business. So there's the other last thing probably is just about, I think this reflects on the last speaker's point actually, senior management only have capacity for a certain number of priorities. And you need to recognize that and make sure that you're clear with them on what those priorities are. One of the things that happened I saw in other organizations was they overextended by firefighting on so many fronts that their senior management had too many priorities and therefore no priorities. And so being clear with people on what we're focused on and really easy, tangible actions.
Yes, that goes well to Andre's point about complexity and trying to keep to the simple and the sort of visible progress. I'm going to come to you, Imad, in a moment with the similar, asking you for some tips there on sort of leaders in crisis. But just to remind people, we're about at the halfway stage. I'd love to hear your questions for any of the panel or all the panel. Do use the Slido app to submit them, and I will weave those in. Imad, we've just published a podcast about what the future holds for HR, and in which I and my colleague Isabel Berwick, the host of the Working It FT podcast, talk about the challenges for human resources departments. Obviously, in the first phase of the pandemic, you and your peers were very much the people who were providing the sort of reassurance, the comfort, often the practical, how do we get laptops out to thousands of people working from home unexpectedly and so on, those sorts of issues. I just wonder whether now there's a moment where, as people, leaders, you're having to think about some of these tough decisions that will be passed down in a more recessionary environment. But tell me a little bit how you handled leadership in the crisis and crises that we've been going through.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we were a bit fortunate that we, prior to the pandemic, because of the, let's say, the geographical footprint that we operate in, which is sometimes there is a tension, a political tension very nearby. We used to run scenarios for business continuity and so on. But let me tell you the truth, when pandemic hits us and hit the world everywhere, I think the CEOs or the senior management in MBK was brave enough to say that, Imad, we are going to run the business from, let's say, financial perspective, but now you are the CEO of human resources. So you tell us what should we do, how to deal, how to react, how to really provide you with the support in order to reassure, let's say, the employees, while there is a huge ambiguity about how to deal with the situation. So I cannot tell you how hot the seat that I used to sit in, because I felt with high responsibility in order to provide them with a solution, how to, let's say, mitigate the risk, how to shrink the teams in order to run the bank. At the end, our country requires to import medication, food, you name it. So we kept some of the business line operated with the minimal, let's say, workforce, and as well as from home. So you can imagine to provide, let's say, or prepare the needed laptops, the needed VPN accesses for those people. You know that the financial sector is very sensitive when it comes for financial transaction. You need to be risk averse and be sure that when you do any type of transaction that you avoid any, let's say, fraud or fraudulent attacks and so on. So I think my capacity as a leader at that time, it started to be built. From the way on how to spread the responsibility, actually. Creating small teams will provide you with a quick response, quick feedback, actually, and take the right decision at the right moment and achieve the expected, let's say, best result within the available resources that you have. So I think it was small groups of teams. We created the right, let's say, communication channels. Even let's say the workforce, we kept them engaged with our senior manager through different, let's say, communication channels like Instagram, videos, WhatsApp, and you name it. So we kept our employees very close to each other. We dealt with the circumstances as we, let's say, managed to do so.
Right. Nancy, turn to you. I mean, this question of getting feedback, obviously, when we were all remote, it was harder to do. In some respects, as Kelly mentioned, people defaulted to mass communications. To Imad's point, how did you find ways to know what was going on, essentially? I mean, the keeping that communication open that might have been done in a sort of intuitive, automatic way if you have people sitting around you.
So the nature of our company, as I mentioned before, we're a manufacturing business. So number one, we have, let's say, knowledge workers, but we also have people in production.
People who needed to go in, yeah.
Exactly. You had to go in. So one of the things about, we're a German-based company, German-Swiss. So you've got this mentality of, structure and hierarchy, and vulnerability is like, whoa, no. What is this? So that was difficult for some of our leaders. But we went back to our principles. Who are we? We are a family-based company. We're family-owned. We still are today, even though we're 6,000 plus employees, 16,000 plus employees. So family. It was very important, that perspective. So for us, it was, we were not going to do any layoffs. We were going to do everything possible to make sure that employees felt that they are valued members of the company. And we also look at our communities, because we invest in our communities as well. So that was really important for our CEO to say, you know what, I need to communicate to employees, but also to the community as well. So Imad mentioned, using social media, and our CEO actually, from a personal perspective, he writes messages out to the public, to the community, as well as to employees, and it's not filtered. So it's
right.
His own messages in terms of how he feels and how he believes. That's one thing. The other thing that came into play was culture. Culture was huge, because you couldn't have one massive approach and spread it out into all of the different countries that we operated in. So we needed to have small local teams, management teams, who would decide what needed to be done within that country. And again, as I mentioned, we're a German-Swiss company. A lot of decisions are made there, but all of a sudden the leaders needed to start to talk to each other in the different entities and understand what's happening in the different countries, in the different markets, and what that meant to our people, to our communities, and to the market overall. And then we would respond accordingly. So that was also, something new from the perspective that usually we look at that from a pure business perspective. Now we really had to look at it from a people perspective, and not just HR, right? So it just went across all functions, all dynamics of the company. So that was, I think, really, really big. So this cultural intelligence, coupled with emotional intelligence, was really something that we had to bring in and start to balance and share our vulnerabilities out into the world. And lastly,
Right.
in the emotional intelligence area, it was about allowing not only the leaders top down to talk about what was going on and how they felt, but to also hear from others within, at all different levels of the organization, in terms of what they were experiencing, what they were going through. I mean, some people were going through losses, personal losses in this crisis. So it was having avenues where people can talk with each other, that people can share how they were doing, and enabling time and space for those kind of emotions to come through.
Right, thank you. Yes, I wanted to spend a bit of time before we wind up in 10 or 15 minutes talking about the competencies and skills that are needed for next generation leaders in the face of everything we've already discussed. But just a couple of questions that have come in. Andre, let me ask you, in fact, building a bit on what Nancy was just saying, clearly as we emerge from this, you hope that some of the culture has been reinforced by the experience that people have gone through. But we have obviously seen in the data the so-called great resignation, the big quit, the attrition of people who decided for whatever reason, as they emerged from pandemic, that they didn't want to be there any longer. Have we? The question is, what does a company have to provide or to do to avoid an even greater resignation? Have you found you've had specific things that you've had to do to?
Yeah, I mean, look, we look at retention with our customers, employees, attrition very, very carefully, and we spend a lot of time discussing with our teams. And the simple answer for us is growth. We believe that if you focus on growth, if you outperform your competitors with the most exciting growth in your industry, you are more likely to attract, retain, and develop the best talents. Our view is that the best talents want to work for the best companies. So the really important point here is don't lose sight of the offensive side of the games, right? There are always opportunities. You got to invest, and playing offense and defense at the same time in this crisis will take you very, very far, because your employees will say, you know what, this is a company that is investing in the future. Don't lose sight of the investment for growth. Growth is exhilarating. Growth is thrilling, is fun, and everybody wants to be part of a big growth story. That's, for me, the silver lining here. I understand risk management, I understand scenario planning, I understand cash management, but you got to focus on growth.
Right. There's another question here, but I'm not going to ask you to answer it straight away, but I will say what it is. It's the classic one about now the pandemic seems to be a bit more under control. Companies have fallen back to wanting their people in the office. So I'm going to ask each of you right at the end what your view is on that, so as not to have too much of a long discussion about hybrid working, but we'll come back to that for each of you at the end. Let me continue, Andre, with you for a second about this idea of what sort of competencies, what skills, what traits do these next generation leaders need? Is that the same as it ever was, or do you feel that has changed? And if so, how, as a result of what we're now going through?
Look, my view is that leadership needs to evolve and change like society. And for young leaders, future leaders, the opportunities are immense. Gallup, the authority in engagement tracking around the world, is just telling us 80% of the global workforce is disengaged. My conclusion is that corporations today are better run than 20, 30, 50 years ago, but are still overmanaged and underled. 2.8 billion employees go to the workplace every day, not feeling passionate and excited about the day ahead. This is a huge opportunity ahead of everybody in the corporate world. And what the world needs is what I call good leadership. And what is good leadership? It's of course, the topic of Leadership with Soul, the book you mentioned earlier today. It starts, with having strong values. As a leader, you need to operate with strong values. It's got to start with respect. Courage. You've got to be courageous. You got to be risk, taking in your mindset. You've got to be, of course, focusing on integrity. You got to be passionate, being responsible, leading with a purpose that is meaningful and inspirational. What is the grand meaning of what we're trying to do here is really important. Even more so because life is too short. You want to have an impact. You want to be a force for good. Of course, you got to be visionary entrepreneurs. Leading with both EQ and IQ is essential. I mean, we talked quite a bit about EQ in the panel today. We need more EQ in a workplace. Putting people at the heart of your growth strategy is what it's all about. You want to speak, act, and think from your heart.
Right.
And today it's missing. And people know that if you don't genuinely care for them, they're not going to follow you. And other important point is sustainability. As a leader, you've got to focus on sustainability. This is the movement of our time, and you've got to put it on the agenda. Finally, as a future leader, recognize you've got many stakeholders. The leaders who only focus on short-term results for the next quarter earnings release are not going to be delivering sustainable performance. You need to deliver for all stakeholders, your customers, your clients, your employees, of course, the regulator, the community, your suppliers, and your shareholders. So that's, in my view, what good leadership is all about. But the opportunity is significant. 2.8 billion employees go to work every day feeling disengaged. Isn't it the opportunity ahead of us?
Right. Nancy, I'm going to come back to you because you mentioned culture when you in your last answer, and when we were preparing for this panel, you also talked about IQ and EQ and CQ, culture quotient.
Yes.
Anything else you'd like to add on that?
On top of culture or another? Another
well,
one.
either explaining a little bit more about the cultural quotient, the CQ part of this, or alternatively adding to any of the traits that Andre's mentioned.
Yeah, hey, culture is such a big part of what's happening in our as we move forward with our world today, and the different markets that we have, and the fact that the way you operate in one market from a cultural perspective is very different from another, and you need to make tweaks and perspectives from that perspective, from that viewpoint. So when you operate at a global level, you also need to be aware of local needs and local requirements, whether it's products, whether it's ways of operating, and so on with people. But I think another one that is really important is what we call spiritual intelligence. And I'm not just talking about, Om and, going into a state of, not that. I'm actually talking about exactly what we were mentioning before, purpose, right? Values, principles, because when you know that and you know what you stand for as a leader, this is how you can build credibility. This is how you can lead with integrity. This is how you can do what you commit to as a leader. And then also be vulnerable and start to kind of let others, empower others to make decisions, to experiment, to make mistakes and learn and grow as an organization into the future. I think that strong sense of purpose is so incredible, and that's what I mean when I talk about this spiritual intelligence. And then with that is this agile mindset, and what I mean by that is, as a leader, being able to accept differences, being able to leverage different ideas, we talk about diversity and inclusion. This is so important. This is in this critical space. So from a leadership development perspective, an example is you take your leaders and your leaders in Germany, for example, and you send them to China in the production environment there, and you have them see what the differences are in terms of that production environment to build that agile mindset, right? You take leaders and you say, listen, for 1 year, you need to volunteer for an NGO. Why? Because all of a sudden they have to lead without authority. It's no longer this top-down, I tell you what to do, because now you're dealing with people who have different views, different perspectives, and they don't report to you. So then all of a sudden you learn how to be more agile in your mindset when working with others. And so I think these types of things are really important for leaders and developing leaders.
Right. Emma, do you want to add any traits that you haven't already heard mentioned, or maybe emphasize any of the ones that have been mentioned?
Yeah, actually, I think the secret would be with the adaptation. Adaptation should be really one of the competencies, or the ability to adapt new, let's say, challenges and understand the future before it comes, and prepare yourself. Because let's imagine that the new generation become the leaders. I think it is burden on them actually to understand and to be ready to adapt the generation after them. So I think that skills should be one of the things that they have to.
Right. Kelly, another trait, and then we're almost out of time.
I think you've covered a lot. If I was saying anything different, it would just be, if you'd have asked me what the core leadership attribute was 40 years ago, I would have said fabulous problem-solving skills. If you ask me what it is today, I would say fabulous problem-solving skills, because leaders consistently, it's their job to navigate the stakeholders, see the future before everybody else, and ultimately be chief problem solver as well as chief energy officer.
Right. That's nice. One last round. There's one sentence from each of you. One on the answer to the question, what's your view on wanting people back in the office? Just a sentence, if you've mandated, or Andre, start with you.
We've learned to operate differently with technology. I think this is something we need to keep. but there is nothing better than being face-to-face, resolving problems together, and being creative. So we've got to be back in the office and realizing that certain things can be done working from home.
Okay, Kelly?
We study society and we advise our clients on who everybody is, from a consumer, from a citizen, from what they watch on the television to how they are as an employee and a stakeholder. You cannot do that completely remotely, and you cannot do that to the best of your ability completely remotely. We are a hybrid organization by choice. We're not remote first, we're not office first, we're hybrid by choice. We've got the tech capability to enable us to do that well, but I believe it's very important. Face-to-face contact with clients and with each other is incredibly important.
Okay, Ahmad, everybody back in the office there?
Yes, it is actually a mandatory, but yet based on the, it's an available, let's say, option. And I think we need to hit the balance from a well-being perspective. So whenever it requires in a certain, let's say, geographical location that related to MBK, then I think the option is there.
Okay, and Nancy, you've already mentioned obviously that you had manufacturing personnel going in.
Hey, we're in office first. Right. So office first, because we believe that collaboration is important. Face-to-face collaboration is so important for innovation, and we experienced less innovation when we were working from home, and then it started to come back again as soon as people were in the office. So we actually have, like intellectual property and patents. We can actually prove that it really increased when people got back in the office and started collaborating again face to face. However, having a flexible approach is also important for us. To enable people with different needs to be able to have a little bit of a balance and be able to work from home when needed.
Great. Well, we've been hybrid here. We've been flexible. We've over-communicated. We've been empathetic. We've peeled the onion. And we hope have made sense for you of some of the challenges that are happening. So let me just thank my virtual panelists, Kelly, Ahmad, and Nancy. And thank you, Andre, for coming into the studio. Thank you all.
Really valuable perspectives on how to lead both through times of crisis and leaders to be bearers of hope, but also some of the key competencies for the future and the importance of values, culture, and a strong sense of purpose. A big thank you, Andrew, and all panelists for an excellent discussion. And both topic, as discussed, on how to act through crisis, how to lead through crisis, and the future skills. Moving on, I think the next topic, which we already touched on a little bit in this conversation, is the topic that we're all too familiar with, the Great Resignation. And I probably speak for most of us when I'd say that we'd rather have the Great Retention or even the Great Attraction. So how do we make that happen? We know that finding the right balance is complex as employee preferences change over time. For example, millennials tend to value development and progression, whereas Gen Z values work-life balance and purpose more. Our next panel, moderated by Janina Comboy, work and careers editor at the Financial Times, will discuss some of the key factors that affect talent retention. But before we jump to the next panel, we have a short video to share our approach to learning design here at Headspring.
What is your goal? How do you get there? What is the best strategy to develop your people? These are some of the key questions that guide us as we shape a custom solution for your business in one of our Design Jams. A Design Jam is where the co-creation of your learning journey really begins. It is an active session conducted face-to-face or online. It is where our teams and your teams come together to formulate and plan the most impactful initiatives for your business. It is where we start to co-develop a solution unique and fit for purpose. Why? Because good design matters. Because the only way to ensure your investment returns measurable impact is by setting a clear goal and defining clear business and learning outcomes from the beginning. Because even though our approach is 100% adaptable, one thing is always the same. We start with you and your true business needs.
Thank you, Gustav, and welcome everyone to this session. We're delighted to have you with us. Whether it's the Great Resignation or the war for talent, a lot of the discussion is about finding the best people and how you attract them. However, once you have recruited the best, how do you keep them, especially in times of economic uncertainty? Following his recent acquisition of Twitter, Elon Musk is perhaps an extreme example of how not to retain employees. 1,200 Twitter staff reportedly decided to quit the social media company after the Tesla owner set a deadline to sign up for his extremely hardcore culture or leave. So how do you get it right? I'm Yanina Conboy, a journalist for the FT's Work and Career section. And joining me today for this discussion are Alexander Veed, Head of HR, UK and Ireland at German software company SAP, Zuhair Al-Maghrabi, Chief Human Resources Officer of the National Housing Company of Saudi Arabia, and Harley Chapman, Talent Acquisition Business Partner at IPG Media Brands. And of course, we would like to hear from those of you watching, so do put your questions to us and we will do our best to answer them. Okay, so how does uncertainty affect talent retention within your businesses? Alex, perhaps you could start us off with how you were seeing this play out?
Yeah, thank you, Janina. Well, I think uncertainty, especially in the forms as we have just recently experienced it, it will not go away. It may change its shape and its size, but it's here to stay. And it's going to challenge us in the ways we run our businesses. We have seen an unprecedented global uncertainty when the COVID pandemic made us all rethink our strategies in order to survive and stay successful. But most of all, it made us develop strategies on an instance on how to retain our employees, our talents, the knowledge behind our products, our services and solutions, and therefore the future of our businesses. So I think in order to retain talent, I think we do need an approach that provides, on the one hand, certainty beyond compensation, because compensation and benefits is not the thing that employees today are super excited about. Of course, it's vital, it's necessary. But by keeping up on employees' needs, knowing them well, especially with a focus on where they are going with their goals and ambitions. And of course, compensation and benefits, I already said, play a vital role, making sure that they connect to the needs of the individual, to make them also contribute to the individual needs and goals. And finally, employees at this time of uncertainty, they are seeking also new opportunities when they miss purpose and perspective in their current roles. So when they cannot identify development and career perspective, which is where we need to provide through a robust yet flexible talent strategy that secures the talents we know today to be successful, but also creating a clear and focused vision and strategy for the future of our businesses. And finally, align our business strategy with the talent strategy. Put purpose in everything we do and make it a priority for our employees and for our talents.
And Harley, what about you in your sort of sector? How are you seeing, this uncertainty and how it's affecting talent retention? How is it affecting your sector?
I definitely think there's more of a broad spectrum when it comes to uncertainty. On one hand, with the talks of the recession, I do feel companies will retain more talent than in the recent years. Particularly in the media industry where we see, more clients building in-house teams. I see our competitors losing, huge clients, which means there will be, more talent looking for work. I think the trend of people moving from freelance to full-time, that I've noticed a lot more in the last couple of months. But given a lot of companies are putting promotions on hold and hiring freezes, I think a lot of people in those companies will be looking, to leave out of frustration and lack of growth. I think that's super important to communicate. What we don't want is people feeling insecure or undervalued in their positions, especially with talks of a recession. So I really think communicating how the business is doing is really important in times like this to retain talent and, also attract new talent as well.
Okay. And Zuhair, what are your views on this? In your company, how are you seeing uncertainty affect talent retention?
It's actually Saudi Arabia could be a bit different than the rest of the world. I mean, we don't have any economic issues currently in Saudi Arabia. The country is booming. I think the uncertainty is coming from the way that the new generation react, or the level of tolerance or predictions of their move. The number of opportunities available for those people make it difficult to retain them, because the same companies are offering the same offers from a compensation point of view. So you need to have an edge of where exactly you want to position yourself. So for example, we're working in different tracks. Compensation, we have to remain competitive in the market. Learning opportunities with leading universities and institutions around the world, good career progressions for them, and the environment. I think this is where a lot of the young people or youth or the young generations would like to have a good work environment, starting with transparency. I think if one lesson learned from the previous experience, the pandemic, is that we'll have to be transparent with the employees on what exactly going on and how we're going to go about it as a company.
Okay. So for obvious reasons, you want to retain staff, you want to reduce staff churn, for example, because you want to essentially save money, because it does cost money to employ people. But what are the other reasons that retention is so important? And perhaps you could each give a specific example of what you're doing to really work hard to retain staff. So Harley, perhaps I could go to you first on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talent retention is at the core of everything that we do. And I certainly feel there's a real hyper focus on it at the moment. Retention is so important. I feel you see, employees as ambassadors of your brand. Commonly, you'll see as well, in businesses, there are more men at senior leadership positions than there are women. I feel a way to tackle this is ensuring equal opportunities and a chance to grow. So at media brands, people aren't, stuck in their craft or their location. If someone wants to move to a different side of the business, there are opportunities there. The same way that we put a lot of focus on internal mobility internationally. We've seen people move from the UK to the likes of Australia, the US, parts of Europe, and vice versa. And from a talent perspective, I think people will be drawn to companies that show people with long tenure and growth opportunities, just purely by looking at even LinkedIn profiles. So I feel people stay where they feel that they can grow. No one wants to be stagnant.
Okay. And Zuhair, how are you engaging employees so that you can more effectively retain them? I mean, there are some quite obvious things that can be done. There's compensation and there's other things. But perhaps you have some examples of how learning and development, for example, may be helping to retain staff. What are your thoughts?
Actually, the way we design the learning experience for employees it's kind of, I wouldn't say unique, but it's a bit different. So we're not focusing. So for example, we just wrapped up a program with IE Business School where we're developing our leaders. It wasn't about leadership skills. It was about leadership skills. It was about industry knowledge. It was about business skills. And one of the things that we have done is putting this team together. So we're building also team ties. So I recall, during the graduation, some of the guys said, I never thought this friend exists in the organization, or this person can help me in XY challenge. So I think it's one of the things, even if we're talking about isolated teamwork or people who work in different part of the world, or even in the same company in different locations, you need to make sure that your development programs pull them together. The time they spend together in the classroom is very important for their teamwork skills development.
Okay. And Alex, what can you tell us? What is SAP doing specifically to retain its best people?
So in my opinion, and this is also in my opinion, retention needs ultimately to be connected to the employee engagement, which of course is also tied to the employees' personal development and career goals. So hence there is a close tie between the individual and the business purpose, the mission and the vision. And I'm absolutely certain that engaged employees are contributing much more to their individual, but also to the company's success. So this engagement is, on the one hand side, supported by role model leadership, which we promote, but also a culture that puts, this is the most important part of it, continuous dialogue and exchange between leaders and employees at the very heart of our businesses. So how do we do that in practice? We do feature a tailored learning and talent management. We have an incredibly broad, and I absolutely agree with what Suher just said a few seconds ago, that puts the individuals' need and desire to learn different things in order to develop themselves along their development plan, may that be a formal or an informal one, but at the same time also providing a framework, providing a talent management that goes away from the one-size-fits-all, that turns to focused development through a variety of measures, be they formal, be they informal, be it peer learning and mentoring, by developing those employees, those talents really on target, almost on demand, although that sounds a little squeaky, but really help them develop into their next potential role in a given time frame, which is something I think is extremely important to know. So not saying development is happening that's just going all through your tenure at a business, but you need to give employees also the visibility and provide them with a time frame. When can that next step come in your career? And while we're moving through the generations, those time frames, they get shorter and shorter.
Yeah. Harley, does IPG Media, do they have mentoring schemes?
Yeah, absolutely. As far as I'm aware, they're twice a year at the moment. They focus as well on what you want from them, and what you can offer as a mentor and what you're looking for as a mentee. So there are multiple ones there. It's headed by our L&D team. We have a whole team focused on learning and development, and they've really strived to push out, manager blueprint training, as well as different opportunities within the business, and they're circulated for anyone within the business, and it's a huge uptake, and it's brilliant to see.
Zuhair, does the National Housing Company, do they have a mentor scheme? Do you find this is popular? Is there a good uptake?
So actually, we just launched what we call the Talent Bootcamp a couple of months ago, and one of the segments in this is mentor, because we've realized that one of the things we need to do for our teams is to understand how they go about their career. I mean, sitting back and expecting everything to be done to you is not options. You will have to be, you have to work with someone who would help you realize your potential and how you go about it, whether in a technical or a leadership. So yeah, we've developed this, and interesting enough, I mean, the reaction of the employee was extremely positive. We were reluctant at the beginning because we're not sure that people accept this concept, but it works miracles actually.
Okay, so on this idea of kind of like really essentially engaging particularly younger talent so that you can help retain them, and help them develop their careers. In fact, according to a report by Gallup on the state of the workplace, only 21% of employees feel they are engaged at work. So how critical are good management practices when it comes to improving this? Zuhair, perhaps you would like to pick up on this.
So it's interesting because There is another Gallup study done for Saudi Arabia, and it gives totally the opposite of what's happening globally. And I'm just quoting some of the numbers. 76% very enthusiastic about their future in organizations Saudi Arabia, where the Vision 2030 is playing a significant role in guiding the economy. 60% they think their company will contribute to the vision. 77 are well engaged in this. So the point is that I think the uncertainty in some part of the world is impacting the engagement level. In Saudi Arabia, it is positively impacting in a positive way, impacting the community. But I think if it comes to what management needs to do, because eventually Saudi Arabia will definitely, as any other economy, will go through some downtime, is that management need to make sure that, again, I keep saying that the generation now does not take anything that you tell them as a manager. They are not like the old generation, whatever the boss says, we will follow it. They need to be involved in the decision making. They need to have a transparent culture. They need to have the ability to be creative. So all these kind of involvement goes beyond the day-to-day operation. They need to feel appreciated throughout their work or career with organizations.
Okay. Alex, you know, it's said that people don't leave a company, they leave a bad manager. Do you agree with that? And, you know, how important are good management practices at SAP for retaining talent? And what are you doing to improve your management practices, particularly with the current climate where people are, you know, hybrid working?
Yeah. I think what you just said, leaving a bad manager or leaving a bad company, I believe that is very true. Despite the fact that both phenomenons also appear as a mix, I personally believe that good management practices are absolutely vital. So everything around ethical leadership, mutual trust, but also a robust well-being strategy that is embedded in management practices are from my perspective, at the very foundation on which employee engagement thrives. And also, I think what is incredibly important, also as we go through a generational and a technological change in our working world, we as leaders, we as managers, we need to be aware of different engagement drivers with the various generations. Whereas generations or workers in the 70s, 80s, and maybe also 90s, they would have had a huge focus on the right compensation, the right benefits. If we look at Gen Z and beyond today, young talents coming to us, they are asking for completely different things. They are asking for social awareness, social responsibility. They're asking for ways to work flexible, be that with the whole hybrid working approach that we already have embedded in our strategies, but that also goes beyond. They're just asking to leave the boundaries and shackles that is really keeping talent to unfold. We at SAP, we are strongly investing in employee well-being by putting, first of all, mental health, but also flexibility at the core of our corporate culture and our leadership principles. And those leadership principles, they are based on agility, on ethics, on inclusivity, accountability. So that also goes in the direction that Suhair just mentioned, to give people transparency and connect all the operations to strategy. We make sure to do the right things and live by those values.
Okay, Alex, perhaps you want to come in on this idea of you know, good management practices and how they play a role in retaining talent. You know, what's your company doing to, you know, improve these practices for more effective teamwork, those kinds of elements? Yeah, so if you could just, you know, give us some insight.
I believe the evolution of those management practices, they can only happen through a bilateral dialogue. So we need to be listening, understanding, and acting on the feedback we receive from our employees, but what we also receive from our leaders, of course, also influenced by business and technology trends. But for example, this principle of listen, understand, and act. We followed duly through a regular staff survey that we conduct, which is called SAP Unfiltered, because we really want to have the unfiltered opinion of our employees. The recent one has just been completed in November, and results will be released in December, where we ask the right questions, or ask the critical questions. What exactly are you experiencing in the line of your management? How do you feel? How do you feel informed? How do you feel being involved in making those decisions? Do you have the authority to make the decisions you need to make in order to be successful and to make SAP successful?
Okay. Harley, perhaps you could come in on that. Perhaps you could talk us through how IPG Media is kind of considering its management practices so it can, more effectively retain talent, especially in this time where communication channels have rapidly changed because people are all over the place. So, perhaps you could tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on the basis of talent retention and engagement, I feel good management practices are very critical. They're super important. You need to listen to your people, and you need to talk to your people and really understand who they are, specifically as the company is going through rapid growth. Really, the cultures change, and just making sure everyone has the opportunities to carry on learning and, bringing their authentic selves to work. I mean, people don't stay in a company because there's a ping pong table or early finishes on a Friday. Not only does there need to be good management practices, there needs to be, equal opportunities, learning and development opportunities, inclusive and safe environment, and a place that, looks at policy reviews. At Media Brands, we have our open networks, and each network focuses on different issues to really change the business. So you have our Heritage Network that looks at diversity and inclusion, Women's Network, which focuses on women's health and women within business, LGBTQ+ for our Pride Network, well-being that focuses more on the mental health and well-being of our employees. And I think they were super instrumental in bringing in unlimited leave that we have here at Media Brands. And then we have our Sustainability Network, which is at the top of a lot of people's lists when looking for a new role, making sure the company is focused on sustainability and the environment. And then our newest network, Neurodiverse, which is making sure as well the inclusive culture is there, and what we can do better, and how do we bring in and retain the neurodiverse talent. So they help with people to feel heard, included and engaged. We want to be a business that provides an inclusive culture and therefore improves engagement in the workplace. So having the resources there are really important, especially backed by management. I mentioned beforehand that we have managers blueprint training, which has a huge uptake. We've seen a huge uptake this year, and that's really, really helping with them pushing out other development opportunities that we have, but also putting the onus back on the employees as well. The resources are there, and they are pushed out with comms. So if they want to learn, it's about them, holding their hand up as well and saying that. And I feel companies need to be up to date with their salary bandings, continual NPS scores to see what we can improve, and make those changes within the workplace to really ensure engagement is high.
I just want to actually hone in on a particular example that you gave, actually. So you mentioned unlimited holiday. And this is an interesting topic that we've looked at in the work and careers section, because we debate often how good a policy this is, because I know Netflix, if they're not doing it now, they certainly were offering unlimited holiday. It's an interesting concept. How do you, at your company, ensure that people feel okay about taking quite long periods of holiday, because obviously they're entitled to, and how do you ensure that people aren't going the opposite way and are actually feeling perhaps it's not okay for me to take 6 weeks a year or 5 weeks a year, and they're not taking enough time off? How do you get the communication right, and I guess nurture an atmosphere where people say, you know what, I'm going away for a month?
Yeah, I'd love that. I've just got back from a 2-week holiday, so I'm feeling very refreshed. It is trial and error on putting those comms out. I think what we do at Media Brands is we say 25 days is a minimum for you to take, and anything above that is there for you to take. We put a big focus in not being more in regards to health and well-being and mental health, and ensuring to combat burnout, and the way that the talent team and HR kind of say is we don't want those people taking a big chunk at the end of the year and having to hold their holiday. If you want to take that long weekend because you're feeling like you've had a really, really long month and things are starting to quiet down, you're feeling tired, take it. So it's really, really open floor on communicating what we want from that and why we're putting it in place, because obviously the whole thing around it is people might be a bit afraid and actually take less. So we do put the 25 days as a minimum, and anything above that is is free reign. We're all adults, and as long as we respect the system, it's working really well.
Okay, and Zuhair, I actually just want to come back to the point you made about employees in Saudi Arabia being very highly engaged in their work. I'd be interested to know if considering people's well-being plays a role in this, what seems to be very high engagement levels in people's day-to-day jobs.
Well, actually, yes and no. Let me just comment on the vacation part of the. So in Saudi Arabia, the law gives you minimum 25 days, but then every company would come up with different schemes to allow people time off. So we have parental, if once you deliver a baby, you have a long leave and it's paid. And the companies created caring vacations if you're taking it to be with your kids. So there are different things. And I think the reason that the philosophy that we've created it this way in the national housing is that the amount of work that we have to deliver in the duration that is given to us by the government is very short. So we actually work 24/7 if you think about it this way. Your concern is that the burnout of the organization, and this actually I think one of the major reasons why people leave, because they get to a point where they just can't produce anymore, and they tend to look for another opportunity. So yes, it's a very engaging environment. I mean, that's what Caleb is suggesting. I think it's a fact, but I think it comes with reputation. We have to be careful of how to put it, because being engaged and getting involved in delivering the agenda for the 2030 vision, it means that there is a lot of work that to be done. So you need to make sure that you force people to take vacation. Unfortunately, one of the phenomena that I have seen in Saudi Arabia, people think that working long hours is becoming the norm. I mean, you will find an average 10 hours a day or 12 hours a day for people who are in their late 30s or mid 30s, which I don't think it's healthy. But I think the organization has to encourage those people to do the work, and at the same time make sure they have the right setup to in terms of vacation or the work environment.
Okay. So moving on to actually one of the big topics, which is still very high on the sort of work-life agenda, as it were, hybrid work. So the FT reported recently that according to widely watched commuting data, workers are embracing hybrid working as the new normal. How important is hybrid work in this retention piece? And what hybrid work policies do you find work for your organisation? And I guess along with that, how do you communicate it? So Alex, perhaps we could go to you on that.
Actually, we share that observation, and we have launched a program in 2021. It's called Pledge to Flex, supported by our executive board, and it is focused on the future of work and hybrid work being the new normal, and also that we are very aware and that we embrace this hybrid work because it genuinely offers a lot of opportunities for us, and we as an organization, we are able to manage the moving parts and manage the challenges that come with us. So following a global survey of our more than 100,000 employee base, we introduced a fully flexible working model as a framework that is valid for all countries, that allows employees to work in the office or work remotely. It includes changes to the work schedules, to office buildings to support this transition. And in the UK, we have just recently launched our tailored suite of formal and informal solutions adhering to that framework, tailored to provide, of course, taking into consideration the legislation in the UK, the flexibility our employees need to support them in balancing their jobs and requirements. So basically, it's built on 3 pillars. It's called Flex Time, Flex Location, Flex Workspace. Flex Time, we do see a trend in developing different work schedules. It's no more 9 to 5 or 9 to 6, but it's I can do 9 to 12, and I can do 3 to 7 o'clock in the evening. But I need the slot in the middle of the day to take good care of myself, take care of my family, see after my children. We see, especially in Generation Z, we see a trend that people say, okay, I just don't want to be 8 hours in front of the camera. Being on Teams or Zoom meetings is also the new normal with this hybrid working. People don't want to be in front of their cameras all day long. So they say, I will design my workday around how I can run my own personal best and also be my true authentic self. So that is one solution. Offerings such as part-time work, which are widely established, which are also widely used, take to that. Weekly or quarterly compressed hours in order to take into consideration that not every schedule every month, every week is just the same, contributes to that. But also informal offerings, among them quarterly compressed hours. For example, exchanging holidays. In the UK, we have a variety. We have a variety in the huge diversity of cultures. Not every culture is celebrating the same public holidays. For example, some are celebrating Diwali, some are celebrating Easter Monday. Giving people the opportunity to find their own best way to run has, for us, had a tremendously positive effect, because people say, I don't need to adhere to a ready-made standard, but I can move flexibly around that framework. And the same goes for flex location and flex workspace. Flex location allows you to either work from the office, work from your home office or any other location in the UK, or working fully remote from home. For example, if there is an employee living in a place where no SAP office is close by, which might be a solution. Of course, also with sight to the business requirements. And Flex Workspace finally turns around, which kind of workspace do I need if I come to the office? Would I like to have a conversation in an open space? Do I really need a meeting room for myself and people I'm meeting with, or do I just need a secluded area to draw back, do confidential work, or concentrate on things? So this variety of formal and informal offerings really is designed to provide the flexibility the business needs, but also the employees are asking for. And that plays a huge part in our retention and also talent attraction strategy, because our employees, our talents are asking for that. And at the same time, talents from the external market, they're asking, like, what is your flexible policy look like? So this at hand puts us in a really good position to offer a really attractive workplace.
Zuhair, in Saudi Arabia, are you finding hybrid it's necessary to have that as part of your offer, or are there perhaps cultural differences? Do people like going to the office?
Actually, it's let me start for a second. I think it's important to give alternative work arrangements nowadays, especially in a society where you have kind of a nice split, 50% females and 50% males. So for a female or a male who wants to take or she wants to take care of a baby, of a child, there is the alternative. However, my concern in Saudi Arabia is that people took it as a kind of a convenience rather than productivity. So people are expecting you to work. I'd call it flex location rather than a different work arrangement. So instead of you sitting from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock at the office, you're sitting from 8 o'clock to 4 o'clock, as Alex said, in front of the camera. So you're still working, you're still there, available. The only thing that probably you're home, if you have a parent to take care of or child or something, like you're physically available in the same place. So I think we have some steps to go to Saudi Arabia to encourage this, despite the fact, which is very interesting, the whole research about future of work is talking about this diskless kind of job. So you don't have to have a desk, you don't have to have a location, you work in project in different times based on your productivity. In terms of national housing, yes, we've done a policy allowing, I think, if I recall, 10 days per year that you can work out of home, but then also allowing the flexibility for parenting and taking care of elderly people, for those people who have genuine cases, to also work from home. But I wouldn't define it as a hybrid or a remote working arrangement.
Yeah. And Harley, what's your company's hybrid work arrangement? And also, how did you come to that? How did you engage employees to kind of feed back to you after their experience of the pandemic to sort of come up with your sort of hybrid offer?
Yeah, I mean, we have a kind of a similar framework to what Alex mentioned. What ours is not formal. So we have adopted a 50% hybrid working environment, and that seems to be working well. We're all adults, so if you have a week where it looks like Excel spreadsheet after Excel spreadsheet, you probably want to be at home. Or if you have a client pitch or a collaboration piece, you'll come into the office. So I feel it's more flexibility there with we'd like to adhere to 50-50, but not one size fits all. But I think on top of hybrid working, it's the flexible working. So on top of the flex leave, the unlimited annual leave, we have, for example, 45 days working remotely from another country. I mean, given I used to work in a different country, I would have loved to had something like that, to have gone back home for a month and worked from home. We have core hours between 10 to 4, which really helps our working parents and people that just work better at different times of the day. I definitely work better in the afternoon, so I like having the option there as well. And it then that helps, as I mentioned, new parents, people that have to look after sick family members. So I think things like this, when they're implemented, they will ultimately result in better retention of staff and really a more diverse workforce as well. And obviously working in talent, I can definitely tell you that one size doesn't fit all. And hybrid working is a question that every potential employee, every candidate does ask. So it's just having that flexibility there. So yeah, we try to adopt the 50-50%, but as I said, we're all adults and we're having that trust in the employees to work effectively in the way that they feel suited. And we also offer fully remote options as a contractual option, dependent on the role itself. So having that flexibility in our hybrid working model seems to be working the most effectively.
Okay, so I'm now going to bring in a couple of questions from the people who are watching. So we're going to go back to this point on learning and development. So someone has asked, what works best from a learning and development perspective, specific programs or a variety of learning resources for employees to pick and choose from? Who would like to come in on that? Who thinks they would?
If you allow me, yes. Go ahead, Helen.
I think the latter. I think people having the option, as I just mentioned, with the hybrid working, everyone is different and everyone has different preferences. So I definitely say the latter, having a whole range and list of things from IPA courses to external courses, internal courses, mentorship programs. So I really think it's what the person needs to excel, what they'd like to do in regards to moving on in their career, and also really honing on the skills that they might not be able to touch on day to day, but have the technical awareness to take a course on it that is backed by the company and recognized if they did want to, move around in the business. And personal development as well. We spend so much time at work, having the opportunity for something different to learn and really not fully focus on our day job day to day is super refreshing, and a lot of employees really make the most of the options that we have available. So I definitely say having all different options and they being presented to everybody at all levels is the most effective.
Zuhair, you go ahead. You had some points on this.
I think in international housing, we've tried this one size fits all. So use typical kind of calendar of training activities based on training need analysis. Yeah, it worked. It ticked the box, but was it a development opportunities for everyone? No, it wasn't. So what we have done in this year is that we've clustered our program. So we still continue to have the calendar because this is part of the training need analysis and you have to have a plan. But then we've designed what specialized or tailor-made programs for certain groups in the organization based on the functions. But what we've done also is that we've introduced courses. So for example, English is not a main requirement for all jobs in the organizations. Yet we've had a lot of people who wants to study English. So we've provided with a platform to study English. And there are other programs that I think excels, advanced, excel, different programs that we felt they're not required as part of the jobs, but there is people who really want to develop these skills, and we provided to them. And interesting, the impact was great because people felt they are, and they own, to me, they own their learning experience. They own the agenda of developing themselves rather than just listening to us of what they need to do.
Okay, I'm just going to, on that theme, just bring in another question actually from our audience. So I'm wondering, Alex, maybe you have some thoughts on this one. How do you ensure that your training programs are aligned to your long-term strategy of the business?
Good question. Good question. Actually, the design of our development content, it is tied to become the cloud company or be the cloud company powered by SAP HANA. So it's all about, it starts with the mindset. It starts with the cloud mindset as a software manufacturer and as a software company that we want our employees to develop, to train, and also to expand. One of the most important things is, as long as the design and the innovation around those learning solutions, around the content, is done together with the business, is done along the SAP or along the corporate strategy, it is not just dissolved. One of the I think flaws that sometimes training and development strategies have is that there is some kind of ivory tower where a lot of smart people sit and just make their minds up like, what should we offer our employees and what do we think they should learn tomorrow? Actually, doing this together with the business makes a tailored experience and keeps today's business reality with tomorrow's desired outcomes in sync. And I think this combination, this handshake between planning operations and the business that is working with those skills is absolutely vital.
Okay, so maybe this will be our final question now, because I think we are running out of time. But obviously with hybrid and remote work, which clearly for many businesses is a major retention piece for its workforce, there's this question of corporate culture. So how important is corporate culture in talent retention? And And have you found maintaining it difficult in this new world of work? So just be aware we're quite short on time. So I know it's a big question, but maybe you could try and condense it. I don't know, Harley, if you have some quick thoughts on this.
Yeah, very quick. I mean, working in media, corporate culture is not the culture we typically see or strive for. What's important to us is we want to promote an inclusive and safe culture where people can bring in their authentic selves to work.
Okay, sorry, slight confusion here in the studio. I just had my screens going a bit wonky there for a second. Zuhair, perhaps you'd like to give us some final points on that.
Sure. To me, culture is the way we do things, whether you work remotely or you work in the office. Honestly, this to me personally does not make a difference. This is to me is mathematics, the process of working for environment. But the corporate culture is the way we do, whether we execute our strategy or drive our engagement or working together. If there is a culture, then the method of working is not of an important, or it does not impact it, in my opinion.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're completely out of time. I'm sure we could speak for another hour about this topic. I would like to thank my panel, Alex, Harley and Zuhair. It's been great to have your invaluable insights. And thank you to our audience. It's been a pleasure to have you join us. I will now hand you back to Gustav.
That was indeed a great and deep conversation around different perspectives around engagement, culture, retention. Thank you, Janina, and all the panelists for a fascinating discussion. Now we're going to turn to Madrid, where Rory Simpson, Chief Learning Officer at Telefónica, and Santiago Iñiguez, president of IE University, will take us on an inspiring exploration of the importance of human leadership, how empathy and compassion are key to understanding the people in your organization, and why human leadership should be the norm.
Thanks very much, Gustav. I'm Santiago Iñiguez, president of IE University and member of the board of Headspring, the joint venture between IE Business School and the Financial Times. And I have the privilege of being here today with Rory Simpson, who, in addition of being a friend, we have been in contact for a long time now. Rory has been on both sides of the fences, if I may say, because you have worked for a number of leading business schools on the side of executive education, and then you became a prominent figure within Telefónica, a leading telecom company in Spain and Latin America, as well as elsewhere in Europe. But Rory has become a frequent, very vocal speaker and thoughtful leader on the side of human resources, talent management, and leadership. So thanks very much, Rory, for being here today. And I very much look forward to having this conversation on a number of topics. What I'm sure is that what you say is going to make us all think for some time. So let me start with a topic which was suggested, by the organizers of this meeting, and which is quite intriguing. The topic of lead, learn, and love. And I was thinking about this British-Irish philosopher, Iris Murdoch, who, in addition of being a novelist, she wrote a number of pieces on philosophy. And one of them was very inspiring. It was The Sovereignty of the Good, where she explained that in order to learn and to know things in depth, and she was referring not just to objects, but also organizations and even people, you need to love them. She puts the example of a stepmother and a stepdaughter, whose relationships are not always, the best ones. And what she suggests is that for the stepmother, in order to learn more about the stepdaughter, she probably needs to think every day a new thing, positive thing about the stepdaughter. And over time, she will come to love the stepdaughter, and probably she will learn many new things because she will look at that person from a different light, from a different angle. So thinking about this, what I was wondering is, what do you think about these new forms of leadership that many people postulate? that bring, compassion, empathy, and of course, love.
Well, first of all, thank you, Santiago, for inviting me. When I wake up in the morning, I think, what am I going to learn today? How am I going to learn? And I know that if I have a meeting with you or some kind of presence with you or listening to one of your talks, I'm going to learn something. So thank you. Box checked. I'm going to learn something today. Talking about love, it's very brave of you because, of course, people do talk about compassion and empathetic leadership, but they rarely stand up there. A business school professor would rarely stand up there and use almost the taboo word love. And
indeed,
why is it a taboo? Love is that ultimate comprehensive engagement, and truly comprehensive, not just romantic, but the comprehensive. And I think that's what Iris Murdoch taps into. Thinking of another prominent woman who talks about love and leadership was Mother Teresa of Calcutta.
Indeed.
And there's a great story where she was speaking at the UN in New York. And this was back in the 80s, and some big business leaders asked her to come and speak to them at a side conference. And she says, no, I don't have anything to talk about, corporate leadership. And they offered her $1 million. And she was very astute financially for her charity. So she said, sure, yes, I'll come. When do I sign up? What time? And sure enough, the next day she went into this room with these corporate titans, big titans from the car industry, people like Lee Iacocca and these types of people. And she looked at them all. And after being introduced, she looked at them all and she said to them, to their faces, she said, do you know your people? Do you love your people? And then she left the stage, she got the check, and she went back to Calcutta. But this is the
That was
idea.
probably the most profitable lecture ever given, no? No, it's, I very much agree with you, because what we mean by love is actually knowing the concerns, the ambitions of your people. So this is very closely tied to leadership. In order to inspire others, you actually need to know them. And this is actually in the writings of most experts on leadership. No? Let me now ask you about purpose, because this is one of the ideals that most companies are actually talking today about, and particularly about purpose at Telefónica. How do you convey the message on purpose to the rest of the people at Telefónica, and how do you instill the values of your organization?
First of all, I've been at Telefonica now for 10 years. Time flies. And we have been talking about purpose, that whole time. However, there was a long time where we weren't quite sure, and we confused it or conflated it with vision, perhaps. And in the last few years, our leader, our CEO, Jose Maria, he came out with this phrase, and I don't even think he was trying to build purpose, but he said, basically, we're trying to make the world a more human place by connecting lives. That's what we're trying to do. And ever since he said that, we've actually been thinking how to make that come alive, not just out with the company, but inside. So my job as the leader of the corporate university, it's not merely about training, it's not about courses, it's how to make that purpose come alive inside the company, to make the world a more human place by connecting lives. And recently, thanks to modern technology, thanks to modern habits, we've managed to roll out something which it's more than an intervention or a program. It's holistic impact right across the company to more than 100,000 employees, which very much lives that purpose.
That's amazing. I was wondering, in a world which is changing so fast, and probably change has accelerated over the past years. People talk about permanent change. But in fact, and you are an experienced manager, and you have seen many different changes over your career. What I recall is that, in fact, we have been attending change all the time. But probably today, given that we have access to almost infinite information and data, what I wonder is whether people were expecting, that by managing those data, we're going to be able, to solve things in a more seasoned way, or to have more certain ideas about the world and the environment. But the fact is that we are probably perplexed and puzzled about how things are evolving. How do you see, this change, this permanent change from your perspective?
Well, first of all, you're right. We've always had change. This idea, oh, we need lots of young people because they'll help us with the change, when actually it's the old people that have lived these transformations. I work in a telco, in a telecommunications company. You think of the change just in the last 30, 40 years, where we used to be a company of 100,000 switch operators. People, they usually happen to be women, that would take cables and those were the employees. And we lived through that change when we went more automated, not digitized, but automated. And then we went to digital and cell phones and now data. It's a world of change. Yeah, so it's the mastering the change, I think is the essence. And again, it's about embracing it, loving the change, loving the ambiguity of the change, finding people, but also nurturing people so that instead of being scared of the change, which they might in a more conventional, maybe state-owned enterprise, actually embrace that change, love that change. Athletes love change. Athletes go into a competition and they think, what's going to happen today? It's always going to be different. So how do we instill that the joy of change within the company, ride the wave, rather than just be scared of it?
Indeed, and probably one of the roles of CLOs and educators at large is actually how to infuse passion for change, adaptation, flexibility, and actually helping people to combat fear for change, since most people actually are very comfortable in their comfort positions. But let me now ask you about a question that probably most of our audience is actually looking forward to your answers to this question, which is, what are, in your opinion, the major challenges for chief learning officers, talent managers today? What are the major, difficulties or concerns that you confront on your role?
So first of all, I have this title, Chief Learning Officer, and within the company, maybe within human resources or people as we call it, they might say, you're the Chief Learning Officer, what do you think? Mm-hmm. And I've realized my job as Chief Learning Officer is to encourage not just everybody in human resources, but everybody in the company to realize they are Chief Learning Officer. Everybody is the Chief Learning Officer. Every individual is the Chief Learning Officer. It's the sanity, the health, the well-being of every individual and of the company. The company is an organism. It's a being. It's a beautiful monster. So what are we going to do to nurture and help that monster grow every day? Now, it just so happens I don't have to worry too much about balance sheets and finances. So it's not so much the corporate direction or the stock price, but what am I going to do to encourage this beautiful beast to grow and compete in a healthy way? We are all Chief Learning Officers. In terms of the challenge, everybody's talking about technology, all talking about tech. And of course, we need to embrace that technology. Embrace the technology, but every day be more human. How are we going to be more human? There's now, I just heard today, there's 8 billion humans. So it's official. Today, been announced, there's now 8 billion of us. So we better be good at being human when there's 8 billion. And that comes back to some very elemental core beliefs, which we see coming out of every single religion or philosophy around kindness. Of course, we can be all tech savvy, but there's a difference between putting humanity in technology or technology into humanity. And we can put technology into humanity quite easily, but we need to make sure that there's humanity well engineered into the technology and how to be kind. I mean, there's an old Christopher Robin story where he's asked by his friend, what do you want to be when you grow up? Classic child, juvenile type question. And he says, I want to be kind. and I just love that.
Indeed, I mean, that's very nice. I'm thinking about two ideas that you dropped, over your comments on the last question. One is this idea of the big monster organizations, as beautiful beasts. You corrected, the first description of the organization, and I was recalling that description of Canter, Rosa Edmos Canter, about the elephants that need to learn dancing. And of course, large companies like yours or many other corporations run by the people who are probably looking at us have this need of the need of becoming agile and adapting to new balls and to new musics. And this is something that you have done at Telefónica. And I was wondering, how you make that beautiful beast dance, in a smooth, nice, quick way, From the vals, let's say, to a foxtrot and then to reggaeton.
I think, first of all, we don't want to be is the circus master with the dancing elephant, because that's sort of insisting to every part, I am the leader. And in fact, that's where the word leader comes from. It was the circus master. Our French colleagues can tell us that comes from the French. So it's not just about one big elephant, dancing. I think it's about aligning, the passion of maybe lots of little elephants, the metaphor of having a big container ship, and how are we going to control and turn this ship, and maybe we actually have lots and lots of little motor cruisers, and that brings me to diversity. We've had all this message around diversity, and I think the message to begin with was the wrong message. Again, it was the elephant trainer. You need to be more diverse, and you've got quotas, you need to follow these quotas, rather than understanding that diversity is absolutely the answer in living in this volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. It's the diversity of experience, the diversity of opinions, the diversity of age, gender, sex, ethnicity. It's all of that which comes back to Abraham Lincoln's team of rivals. We want this team of rivals to come at a problem, because by definition, every day our problems are new, every single day.
That's very interesting, and it reminds me of a quote from John Henry Newman, Cardinal Newman, who made lots of reforms at Oxford University, and described what a university should be in terms of strangers coming from many different quarters, but put into one assemblage. And this is probably what companies should be as well. And the value of diversity is bringing these many different visions of the world, so that they can actually contribute in a very diverse atmosphere to innovation. The other thing that I wanted to ask you, that you also mentioned, was being human. You talk a lot about humanity, and in fact, your CEO, José María Álvarez Pallete, also links the digital, challenges of your company with the need of cultivating the humanities, And by what you meant by being human, you refer to this anecdote, being nice. But what other pieces of advice can actually be conveyed to people in order to be more human, particularly to managers who are normally, conceived more as, technical people, or people who have to be tough with the others, implement agendas, achieve objectives, the KPIs,
Well, we need to get things done. We need to implement agendas. We need to reach our goals. I think by leading by example, not just from the top, but at every level in the organization, it's okay to be human. It's okay to be, you said nice, but I was talking about being kind. It's okay to be kind. And we can have healthy competition, and we can even win the race, but we're still being kind. And with our interactions at our corporate university, we usually start off by saying, is there anybody in the room who was not a child? Now, of course, by definition, everybody was a child. And everybody as a child represented childlike qualities of curiosity, of creativity, of trying and failing. Every single day for a child, things are new, and they get used to it. They get used to the, oh, this is new. Oh, that's a color I've never seen. Oh, that's a contraption. I don't know what that does. Oh, it makes tea. What is tea? Everything is always new. And so we try to get people to start off by thinking like children and telling stories. Children tell stories. They don't start off a conversation by saying, hello, my name is Rory. I'm the Chief Learning Officer, and I've got 20 years of experience. Who cares? But they might like to hear, oh, I'm from a country which is cold in the north of Europe. And I grew up in a country which was even further north that had icebergs. Those are stories. And so we encourage people just to start off. They don't need to do this every minute of every day, because I know they have their agenda and they have their KPIs. But let's start off by rekindling our childlike qualities.
That's really interesting, because telling stories is part of the management role, I guess. And most managers, all managers, I would say, are to some extent teachers, professors, no? They have to nurture and develop in their fellows and their subordinates all sorts of management traits and habits, and the best way actually to illustrate how to achieve those habits is probably telling stories. So
absolutely, telling stories and narrative leadership, as we like to call it. It makes it sound more corporate, but of course it comes back to telling stories. How are you going to motivate yourself to get out of bed in the morning and be your best self? How are you going to motivate others? You're going to be telling stories, and all of us can do it. We all have a story, all of us.
Indeed. Let me now ask you about the pandemic and the post-pandemic period. I guess we are probably exiting now the post-pandemic period, but the pandemic has brought lots of challenges to talent managers and CLOs. The big resignation challenge that I heard of from many large corporations. The question about infusing the culture in a work setting that is now hybrid. So what do you think managers should focus now in order to take the best consequences and how to see the challenges as opportunities instead of just trying to get back to a stage which is probably passé already, no?
Look, for us, the pandemic, of course, full of tragedy, it really was an opportunity, and it helped convert, first of all, myself, the biggest Luddite, the one that did not believe that we could do very interpersonal courses virtually. It was the opportunity to suddenly say, right, we're going to connect, we're going to put everything that we do and do it virtually, but live. Then, not just us, but our CEO realized, you know what? Never before has learning been the connection with all these people that are now confined at home. And then we realized, because we had all these people at home, we could offer the content, the courses, to all the people they were with. So people would be doing a course, a corporate course for their company, and they could invite their spouse or their grandmother or their pet to attend a course with them. And of course, the courses we focused on were the more interpersonal self-leadership, self-management, leadership type courses. And never before have we impacted so much the company. Never has there been such a wave of good feeling towards learning than before. And with letters to the CEO saying, in those darkest moments of the pandemic, I connected with my company like never before, even though I was in my living room or in my kitchen. What about post-pandemic? Well, of course, the world is never going to be the same again. But we started off talking about humanity. The pandemic has taught us a lot about humanity. It's taught us a lot about rearranging our priorities in life. Some of us have faced more death than normal, but all of us have embraced some questions and some more sort of meditation type questions in those quiet moments of what am I doing here? What is my role in the world, in my company, in my family, in myself? And therefore, I think it's a fantastic moment to embrace technology, the technology that the pandemic has encouraged us to use, but be more human than ever.
Indeed, and I guess that many of us have experienced, similar circumstances and situations. Let me finally ask you, for a piece of advice to the people who are following this session. So, what would you recommend to other CLOs, talent managers, learning and development officers?
To remember that the idea is that every single individual in the company, you remember the I am Charlie movement, Je suis Charlie, or before that it was I am Spartacus. So everybody in the company, I am the CLO, no, I am the CLO. Learning is essential. It's essential to be human. It's essential to thrive in a world of change, and it's something for everybody, not just for HR.
Rory, thanks so much. I mean, it's always such an enjoyable experience to meet you and to listen to your pieces of advice, to the anecdotes, to the stories that you were sharing with us. So thanks very much. And Gustav, back to you.
Thank you, Santiago and Rory, for this very rich conversation and inspiring stories around what is an imperative of human leadership and the power of learning. Like Rory said, learning is essential to be human and to thrive in a world of change. And it's not just for the select few, but for everyone in the organization. Rory and Santiago also touched on the power of diverse teams and thinking differently when we have problems coming at us at a breakneck pace. This brings us to the topic of our next panel, ageism and challenges of an age-diverse workplace. People are born today are inching closer to a life expectancy of 100. They will therefore naturally have a longer work career and retire later. And this means that the workforce will have more generations working together than ever before. And few things are as valuable as experience and having lived through change and multiple variations of change, something that naturally gets acquired with age. Silvia Pavoni, editor of Sustainable Views at the Financial Times, will moderate our next panel that will discuss how we tackle the challenges of an age-diverse workplace, from ageism to bridging the gap between generations. Silvia, over to you.
Hello and welcome to this panel discussion. As you've heard, we are going to look into ageism. My name is Silvia Pavoni. I'm a journalist here with the Financial Times Group. And I work on a new service, actually, of the Financial Times Group called Sustainable Views, which looks at, as you can imagine, all issues that relate to sustainability and, of course, diversity and inclusion are subjects that very much play a role in ensuring that companies, more broadly the economy, is more sustainable, both from an environmental point of view, but also from a social point of view. So this is what we do at Sustainable Views. And here now with me to talk about ageism and understanding what it is and the implications it has on the workforce. We have a list of panelists. So before starting talking about the subject, let me introduce you to our wonderful panelists. We have Gerda Maria Denau, who is Global Communication Manager and Strategy Consultant at Siemens. We also have Miriam Bayens, who is Executive Vice President and Chief Human Resource Officer at Grundfos. We also have Cristina Menchaca Garza, who is Operations and Commercial HR Vice President at Aeromexico. And we have a colleague, Yasir Mirza, who is Global Head of Diversity and Inclusion at the Financial Times. So welcome to all for joining me today and talk about this really interesting, but also relatively poorly defined subject, isn't it? Because of course we kind of all know what it is. We know that it has an impact on our lives. Even the World Health Organization has looked into the issue of ageism and found that age does have an impact in the way in which even health services are provided. It has an impact in the legal area, and it has an impact in the way we work in our careers, and of course also in the way that we are therefore able to support ourselves and our families. So before we get into the more practical side of the panel, and by the way, I would like to invite the audience to send us your questions as they come into your mind. I'm going to read them through an app I have opened on my phone, so do feel free to send questions, and I'll try to incorporate them in the discussion as they come along. But first, let's try to define what ageism is. How does it look like? And what drives it? Let me go to Miriam first.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvia. I mean, that is a big question that you can look at from a number of angles. I think part of it is maybe also what is driven through our society and also through, education that, because let me rephrase that, because also for younger people, it's sometimes like, well, you first have to do this, you have your education, you need your experience before you can have an impact in a role. So that is ageism also for that group. But then also this kind of model that, well, at a certain age, you should retire. And why is that? And I think that is probably caused, at least the way I look at it personally, through what we've experienced in our societies and the way we've been educated, the way we've been raised, and the way a lot of companies have also been setting up the employee life cycle to finish at a certain point in time. Can we change that overnight? No, but at least that's acknowledging where it comes from will help us to look at what are some of the root causes that we should address. But I feel that a lot of that comes from that angle.
Thank you, Miriam. Christina, let me bring you in. How does ageism, what does it look like, and what drives it in your experience?
Thank you, Sylvia. I pretty much agree with what Miriam just said. I mean, at the end, it's related to stereotypes. Some of them could be generated by social beliefs, as Miriam was saying, education and so forth. But some others from personal experiences that we have had in the past with people we may see as old or young. And I say we may see because it also depends on our age and our own experiences and, of course, perspectives. At the end, our brains rely on established stereotypes for faster processing and decision making. And that's why awareness is so important, because it challenges those kind of assumptions at the end of the day. A reality we face, though, is that the average age of retirement has risen in most countries. So it is something that we do need to tackle as individuals, as organizations, and of course, society at the end.
Thank you, Christina. So it is stereotypes, but is it also, and I'm going to put Yasir on the spot here, is it also the fact that older workers are more expensive, and so perhaps companies are just being cynical? Obviously, I'm going to go to Yasir, but anyone else, feel free to comment on this.
Thank you for having me. I mean, it's a really interesting question, and I think the answer is a complex one, but it also speaks to the different career journeys and the experiences in life and what stage of life they're at. So it speaks to a lot around career motivation and aspirations. I would say, obviously, the longer people stay in an organization, naturally, the more social capital they give back to the organization, and then the more that they would want back in terms of their loyalty. But I think for me, one of the interesting challenges I'm seeing is around the generational shift, particularly if we look at today and Gen Z and what we see around ESG. and how organizations are really talking to sustainability, diversity and inclusion, authentic selves, the career journeys. I think it'd be quite lazy to go into the stereotypes of an older worker not being as adaptable, not having the same career aspirations, or being motivated, and also probably cynical towards this new ESG agenda. So there becomes a bit of a tension of pushing up and then resistance of change, and where that resistance of change comes from. So yeah, it's a little bit of a complex one.
All right, so it's complex, I guess, to define, although we all are very much aware that there is such a thing as ageism, right? So we know how people look at us and react to us differently, whether they perceive us as older or younger. Gada, how has it been looking for you? What have you seen in your experience, whether it's Siemens or elsewhere? Give us some examples of how ageism took shape and what perhaps you've seen done to address it.
Well, from my own experience and also from stories of my friends and my colleagues, it is a kind like that when you turn 50, you start vanishing. That means you are not longer invited to the big meetings. It means when you show up in a meeting, people don't look at you in this kind of way they did it 10 years before. They don't ask you for career development, for special projects. And sometimes they really address their biases towards you. They tell you that, well, you don't need have 1 hour of a career development talk, 30 minutes is enough. They tell you in your face that they won't invest in your career development anymore. And sometimes it's even worse because they even don't tell you that you are old. It's so obvious that you or the other workers who are 50 plus, they don't have to be considered for project staffing or for special career development. And all that's the spoken bias and the unspoken bias that really harms, to the point where the people begin to believe these stories that are told about them. They believe it themselves and they start behaving like this, and they start shutting up, being quiet, and really started vanishing. And
so there is a perception that perhaps there is a lack of energy or enthusiasm or commitment maybe to future projects. But is it also true that we do change our attitude to work as we get older? I mean, I've also just turned 50, so it's actually quite it's a big moment, right, when you reach that age. And equally, though, we're also seeing, and this brings us to a subject that I know others would like also to comment on. We are also at the stage in which younger generations, so we are told, are more interested in finding fulfillment that is outside of work. And therefore, they also may have a different way of committing, perhaps, to work. I'm sure you have plenty of other things to add, but let me go to Miriam and Christina and hear their thoughts, and then we come back to you, Nasir. Miriam.
Yeah, it's, the organization I work for today has a large population that has been there for many, many years. Yesterday, we had a celebration with 80 employees who had been with the organization 25 years, 30 years, or 40 years. So very, very long time. And this was both a mix of blue-collar workers and white-collar workers. They don't feel old in the sense that we no longer use them, because we've actually also used older workers to try to do mentoring for younger workers and actually also have younger employees doing reverse mentoring for older employees. But what it says, though, is that phenomenon that people will stay with the company for 30, 40, 50 years for their entire life, that is definitely shifting. And that's what we see also with younger employees, that they sometimes leave not because they don't like the organization, but they just feel like, well, I've been here, already 8 years and I should get experience somewhere else. And with some of them, I actually personally have very good exit interviews, because they're not leaving with the view, it's a bad organization. They just want to expand their experience. So in those cases, we always leave the door open for those people who leave, because they might come back if they have gained experience somewhere else. But it is a different perspective. They don't join anymore with the view like, I'm going to stay here for the rest of my life. And that is also what is shifting in our organization internally, because we have a history. The company is 75 years old, and that's why we also have a lot of people who've been here for a very long time, but that is shifting. But at the same time, if you can get those two generations working together in multiple ways, you extract the value out of it.
Okay, so we definitely need to talk about how you're getting about doing that. Let's hear from Christina.
Thanks, Sylvia. Yeah, I mean, I've certainly witnessed some ageism here in Mexico as well. It of course changes based on different countries, and the population and the demographic itself. But yeah, I mean, ageism at the end, I think I've been a witness of this bias, but it also has different flavors depending on the industry you work on as well. For example, medical industry, of course, we value experienced people, or even in Mexico, when you have pilots, we won't be able to, we need people with experience. We need people with certain amount of flight hours to actually live the lives of people, in that flight. So at some industries you value experience, and that could be fact related or not, right? That could be stereotypical as well. Some other industries, for example, IT, you do have bigger issues regarding, keeping older people in your headcount in your workplace instead of youngsters that you would believe stereotypically that would be more technological, fluently, right? So at the end, yes, there is a situation we need to tackle as a diversity overall, but it depends on the country. It depends on talent availability and scarcity, and it also depends on the industry and the maturity of the company.
So it's very, it's such an interesting point. It very much depends on the industry. And I know we're going to talk about COVID, and during COVID, of course, we've seen certainly here in the UK, I would imagine in other parts of the world, people coming out of retirement from the medical profession, nursing profession to come and lend a hand. So obviously there was a great need for that experience and availability. So that perhaps also helped us refocus our minds on the productivity, for lack of a better word, of older age. Just to let the audience again, to remind the audience that you can definitely send us questions, so do feel free to do so. And I will put them to the audience. Yes, so we're talking about how things work in different sectors. How does it work in media for you? I mean, obviously we are both we work for the same company, and what's your take? I mean, how is the media world in this moment in time? How is it behaving when it comes to diversity and inclusion, and also the way in which it deals with ageism?
I mean, I loved what Christina talked about in terms of the industry, the maturity of the business and culture. And if you look at our industry of media, is very much about social capital. It's very much about intangible factors on someone's personal brand, what views they have on the world, how they are connected to a really changing landscape. So I think there's the importance on how someone presents themselves and their ideas versus an educational background or experience is different, versus also the real challenges of our industry. We have a lot of journalists, but so few roles, and now we have via social media. A lot of other people who have become journalists without training to be. Everyone can write an opinion piece. Everyone can comment on certain things that happen in the world. So I think there's the landscape. There's a technological landscape. There's the way that our journalism model has changed. Having the authority figure being a specialist in their area, and everyone looking to what that individual has to say, to curating so many different voices on the ground. So I think in our industry, the unique challenges of the ever rapid changing technological advances in social media. So being connected with that. I also do think that we fail to see the value that age and wisdom brings to the how you do things, because we're looking at diversity and inclusion from a wider perspective. We often don't talk about resilience, people's journeys, learnings, and how they've developed and evolved throughout their career. So actually there's an amazing talent or amazing skill set there that we just don't see and tap into. So I think our industry is in a way, it's a challenging one, because it's attracting a certain type of individual from a certain type of background, but it's about putting yourself forward and who can shout the loudest almost to kind of get the attention and be connected to the wider technological world is what's required. So in and of that self, that I guess presents a challenge.
All right, thank you, Gerda. So is it a matter of shouting the loudest, of making noise to be noticed and not to be put aside? What has worked in your experience?
Well, it's not to be the loudest, but it is that you are present, that you are here, that you speak up, and that you are visible, and that you are active. Yeah, so that you are not stay quiet in the corner and just wait until you're retired. It is a kind of, I mean, this phase, when I turned 55, I really decided to invent myself and to reinvent myself. So I did 3 things, and they had nothing to do with my job, and it had to do with my job. I went into the social media. I started a master degree in business ethics, and I went into a grassroots initiative of my company. It is a coaching initiative. And out of this, I became the project manager of a company-wide project on coaching on employability. I also, when I finished my master degree, now I'm in the working group of business ethics in my company. And this opened doors, and that changed my perspective. And this is my message to the people with 50 or 50 plus. It is just, reach out to the world do what you want to do.
Okay, so that's the first piece of practical advice. Just go for what you may wish to do. Do not be discouraged by the thought that perhaps because you're of a certain age, you shouldn't even consider doing these things, and then opportunities will come to you.
Yeah.
Miriam, is this what also you would advise, or what other tips would you give?
Yeah, I think it's, with what we just heard as well, with age also comes experience, and for certain roles that is absolutely crucial. Like what Christina just said, you don't want to have a pilot flying a large jumbo jet with only 2 years of experience. So I think I've personally it has never bothered me so far in my career, because I think it is also the attitude you take to it, because there are a lot of roles where the experience counts, and as long as to get us point, you keep on developing yourself, you keep evolving yourself, you keep on learning, then it really shouldn't make a difference. if you are stuck in your ways, and that can also be for people who are much younger, if you're stuck in your ways and you want to do it in this way, you're not open to change, then it doesn't really matter whether you're 25, 35, or 55. I see it day to day in my work as well. If you have that resistancy to change, then age becomes irrelevant, because then you will get stuck anyway, regardless of where you are. So for me, it's a combination of staying curious, having that willingness to learn, but also at the same time using your experience to give it forward. I'm working a lot with younger women in our organization to coach them and help them maybe avoid some of the learnings that I had to learn the hard way. And that is, how you can sort of pay it forward and help them move on in their career, but not only with women, also with younger men. But at the same time, I also learn from colleagues of mine who are much older and who are definitely still fully active, and they will probably work until they drop dead at one point. For them, it's not work, it's being part of an organization and passing knowledge on and being part of society. So I think the personal attitude that you take influences a lot as well of how it positions yourself in the organization and in society in general.
So a lot of this seems to relate to an individual's initiative. And it is absolutely correct. I think that if you have role models, because that already helps to bring change about, not just on an individual level. But is there anything, Christina, that companies should look at to change things from an institutional point of view? So without putting the responsibility on the individual.
Of course. Before answering that question, Sylvia, I think what Miriam said about either fostering change or transformation or stopping change or transformation does not depend on a generation itself. It depends on individuals. And I think that's a very important thing to bring out of Miriam's response. And I think that's something that we need to, stay with that at the end. But going to your question, Sylvia, yes, I mean, there are two different angles on this. Of course, the individual, and a lot of people have tackled on that already. But there is a responsibility on the individual. If you feel that you have been, if you feel discriminated against, you need to raise your hand. You need to speak about it. You need to be blunt about it. You need to speak to your leader about it and make sure that either things change or, you have a more aware leader, in case that there's some misperceptions there. Now, what about the companies? Companies, we are doing a lot of different things in regards to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we're not only tackling, and I'm speaking generally here, but of course I'm talking about Aeromexico and some other companies I know, but we're not only talking on multi-generations and how is that we can bridge the gap. Of course, the more characteristics we give on generations and specifics on generations, we could be even separating or generating more biases unconsciously, right? So if we say, hey, millennials, behave this way and do this and that, then probably we could be pushing towards more biases. Now, again, we are having strong strategies regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion, not only because it's part of an ESG, momentum, but also because we are focusing on being socially responsible and making sure that we have the best, and I'm not going to say employee experience, the best human experience, because at the end, what happens in the company ends up, pushing towards different, places such as society at the end.
Thank you. So it would be great to hear from you, Gerd, about the examples of initiatives, perhaps anti-bias, initiatives, if anti-bias training has ever worked, but you tell me, or any other initiatives that is helping. And also another question, because obviously what we do as Sustainable Views is we focus on policy and regulation. And regulators have been helping to a certain degree, because we've seen now recently that the US approved gender quotas. And so we're talking about very senior positions at board level of companies, and that surely is going to help in addressing some of the ageism that perhaps women may face in creating, mandating that they sit on those boards. Of course, they could also be people at the early stage of their career, but more likely perhaps those roles require people with greater experience. So I'm wondering again, what initiatives at the corporate level have you, and then of course I'm going to go across the whole panel, have you seen working, and whether certain things should actually be mandated by regulators? Together.
Yeah, thank you for this question. I see three approaches. One is that you really start thinking of employability from a company perspective on employability to the very end, to 65 or 67, and that you think about concepts for the period between 50 and 65. There are many concepts who work, and I think there's a lot of creativity in the room. As soon as you start thinking and talking about it, it will appear, and then it's easy to go. The second point is that you really should give, as a company, all generations a feeling of belonging and purpose. I mean, that is nothing new, but it's really essential that you start conversations with all generations on this topic. And this leads me to the third approach, and this is the best way to smash bias is that you create rooms where people can talk and share experience. They can talk about the biases. They can talk about the perception of how they perceive each other. And if you provide these safety rooms, that will help. That's the best way, just to see each other in the way you are.
Okay, so being visible and perhaps creating internal groups where these issues are addressed.
Yeah, you can do that with mentoring, reverse mentoring, with story circles, just with internal panels. And there are also in the project themselves, there is plenty of opportunities in project meetings. Why not to start to have as a check-in a small round where you just share about your experience working with each other.
And do you think, and I know this is perhaps a very much a broader question, but gender quotas, would they help with ageism, do you think, in a way?
Gender quotes?
Yes, gender quotas, yes. So requesting that women are, for example, there is a certain number of women on companies' boards. Would that play a role at all, do you think?
I think that would help immensely.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Let me go to Yasir. Tell us initiatives at an organizational level that you've seen working and what they are.
I think what we've already heard around cultural programs and trainings to really unpack biases for all. I think it's important because we shouldn't be talking about our diversity characteristics in its singular. It's obviously very intersectional. The sense of belonging and bringing full authentic selves is really key. And I think all what Gerda talked about, to completely agree with. I think there's something interesting because we often talk about organizational personas and the different types of a business. So you have a technology part, and you to say from a media point of view, you have an editorial part of the business. And I think the needs and the development and hiring opportunities needs are very different. We talk a lot about early careers initiatives, which is great. That's bringing people into the industry. And I think, to Gerda's point, could be something about not early careers, returners' careers. And there is certainly a potential there. And do it in a way that provides a reverse mentoring opportunity with early careers. So it's a nice arc in that new young talent wanting to join can learn something from people who have more advanced in their careers, and vice versa. And I think that would be a really nice way of thinking of, under the the war on talent and how we view talent and all of the opportunities that we've got since the pandemic within the world of hybrid. How do we bring people back into the workforce, and what value add that can bring? I think there's a huge potential there, along with all of the cultural programs that Gerda has mentioned.
And of course, I can vouch to the reverse mentoring program of DFT, because a good colleague and dear friends at DFT is just being selected to be part of it. And I know that any senior board member would be very lucky to have as a reverse mentor. So that's definitely a very interesting initiative. Thank you, Lisa. And Miriam, so tell us again some examples of initiatives that work. And also there is a question, perhaps we can incorporate it in your answer, about how do you ensure that more experienced team members remain motivated to keep developing themselves and learning?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so maybe to start with the first, this was an example of the previous organization I worked for. We did, and we're trying to introduce something like that in Grundfos as well, is that when people are set to move out of the workforce, at a certain age, also because they maybe want to focus on other things in their lives, that you also help them prepare for that. That it's not, from one day to the next, you stop. You can maybe already go down to working part-time or working 2 days a week, or you work on specific projects. In my current organization, we've been doing that as well. So I think that is also a good way to help people prepare, like, what is it that they want to do? Or maybe they actually come to the conclusion, I want to continue doing more, but in a different way, and not this, 5 days a week type of approach. So I think that is another way of looking at it in terms of helping people also shape their ideas of what they want to do. And then remind me again, what was the question that you're covering?
Sure. How do you ensure that more experienced team members remain motivated to learn and develop themselves?
On the one hand, I'm a strong believer of it's a two-way street. Like, as an organization, as we do today also at Grundfos, you offer a lot of opportunities for development, and that goes beyond traditional training, because particularly during COVID, or since COVID, we've become so adept at doing micro-learning, virtual sessions, remote coaching, mentoring, buddy groups, peer groups, speed dating to meet other colleagues, not dating, but just to get to know what they do. So you have a lot of ways to provide learning opportunities. I always say it is also, and again, that's what we also have in our learning and development philosophy, the employee should also take initiative. It's not that you're being taken by the hand and we guide you through every step of the way. That was done in companies 20, 30 years ago. That's not how it ticks anymore today, because the individual, him or herself, also needs to be driven to continue to learn and have that curiosity. That is something that you cannot force. But of course, you can also help people maybe get out of an unconscious bias that they have themselves when they think, I'm now 52, I'm 55, I'm done. By no means. So I think it is about providing those different ways to support the individual employee to see what the opportunities are. But in the end, there also needs to be a personally driven motivation to do that, because otherwise, it becomes very hard to make the impact sustainable.
Thank you, Miriam. Christina.
Thanks. So in regards of the initiatives we do as a company, we do have, we call them ERGs, which is employee representative groups. and they are led by a C-level, and that C-level needs to connect that diversity specific into their purpose, right? And for it to be tied to their purpose, either, for example, the C-level in the disability track, his son has something to do with disability as well. So it's connected to something that you value way more than just work. And with those ERGs, what we do is we generate open conversations. The first, raise awareness, right, to have those conversations. And second, for people to speak up and say what they really think, what they really need, how they feel, how they want to tackle. And then we make it a matter of all of us, not only the organization or HR or that specific C-level. So that in regards of the first question. Now, the second one, I don't want to repeat what Miriam said, that is well clear throughout this time that I always agree with her. But at the end, I do think, and we were saying before, fostering change is part of individuals and not generations. So most companies, most of them, are eager for people to raise their hand and say, hey, I have this idea. Why don't we go ahead and do X and Y? You don't need to have all the information. Of course, you can train yourself. Either you do it because there's a lot of information in Google or because the company is giving you a lot of tools for you to do it. But at the end, get into action. Raise your hand, make things happen. Talk to either HR, your leaders. Believe me, companies are open to actually hearing you and making those initiatives with you.
Thank you, Cristina. I get that you were nodding there. Is this what is lacking? Then really people not putting their hands up and asking to get that training.
Could you please repeat your question?
Sure. No, I saw you were nodding.
Yes.
And is this what really comes down to? So people not putting their hand up and asking to be trained or to be involved in your project. So does it really go back to the individual, or is there a blockage by the institution because of institutional bias, maybe?
It is both. As Miriam said, that is a two-way road. Yeah, it is on the individual and is on the company. So as I'm an individual from a very, very personal perspective, yes, I say, raise your hand and give your spirit in and offer your knowledge. And then when the company doesn't react, but in many cases it reacts and you're welcome and door open. That's also something I experienced very strongly and very positively. But when it happened that the door doesn't open, then it is not the end of the world. Yeah, with 50 plus, you have many, many other options. Then turn around, look into the world. There are enough opportunities and challenges. And today, the world needs all of us, the youngers and the olders. And I think, having this in mind, I think companies and employees together, they can join forces. And I think that would be the best way to go forward.
All right. So as a final couple of rounds of questions, I would like to, so that you're prepared of what's coming, I would like to ask you about COVID. How has COVID changed things for older people or younger people? We mentioned COVID already, but has it made things worse, better, neutral for older generations? And also, as a very final point, if you can think of one advice that you would give, that you would want to give to people listening, it could be find a reverse mentor or join a group. Maybe you can suggest a few groups, or just do one thing, change one thing at work that might help you in keeping remain noticed and engaged with the company. So think about the one thing that you would like to tell us. But first, COVID, how has it changed things? I mean, has it changed because of course there's been a lot of talk about whether if you're an introvert or an extrovert, how people reacted to working at home, or some were missing the office. Do you think we've talked enough about what that meant for different kinds of ages? And let me go to Yasir first.
I mean, we know about all of the unfortunate and really sad health impacts of COVID. I think from a work perspective, it's really, really interesting. I think from a sociological and the psychological perspective that our homes and our offices and our work life just merged and meshed together. So you are having a call virtually, people are having access to each other's living rooms, bedrooms in some cases, and you get to see how the circumstances of someone's life outside of work. I think that it was really interesting. The world for many, many years, the world of work really resisted people working from home, and then it became a norm. So it's interesting to see what that culture is now of working in a hybrid world, which I still think is in a very sort of experimental phase, trying to figure out how to do that. I think what ended up happening, what came out of the world, since COVID, is this huge conversation of well-being, huge conversation of care and care for each other, and then identifying signs if employees are struggling. But I think everyone was on rocky terrain on in difficult waters, but we were on different boats. And I think having that empathy and understanding the different challenges, whether you were one person living by yourself, working from home, or you were cooped up in a flat with 5 other people, in a way, there were different types of challenges. Not one wasn't better or less. And I think that empathy and compassion really started to became more prevalent. I think from a work perspective, people started working longer and harder. They you didn't have that separation. Often when people travel home from work, whether you're on a public transport, walking home, or driving, you have that sort of healthy separation from work to home life. That didn't happen, and that actually played out in quite uncomfortable ways for many people, because if you're talking to a colleague, giving feedback, that would often sit with you throughout the night and the next day. So I think there's brilliant opportunities that have come out of the hybrid world of working. Certainly for all generations, people with disabilities, it's enabler for people to work, particularly on different geographical locations as well. But I still think we're still learning with this, and I don't know if our habits will ever go back to how they were, and I don't think we should be asking for that. Actually, I think we should be continually experimenting and evolving. So I would say good and bad has come out of that.
Okay. And the one very quickly piece of advice, just one
quick piece of advice. I would say every single person, find someone who's completely different to you and find out what you both have in common.
All right. Okay. Thank you. And now Miriam, Christina, and again, Gerda. So we still have 2 minutes. Let's see whether we manage to squeeze your apologies for putting you under such time pressure. If you managed to comment on if COVID has changed anything, and the one advice that you would give to people listening. Miriam.
So I think a lot has been said about COVID, and we're still, learning. However, one thing is for sure, that the hybrid working is here to stay. It's a paradigm shift. It's not like we go back to before COVID. We're simply in a new way of working. I had this conversation with a number of people last week as well in my organization, and it is not like you go back to something that you did before, because it is really a shift. And other industries, I worked myself more than 20 years ago in the IT industry. We were already working hybrid, and that was so actually when we had to go back into the COVID situation, I think it also depends on the industry you worked in. Some were more advanced than others. However, we have to keep a focus on this element of workload, stress, and engagement, because the boundaries are blurring. And some people might need more help to set those, to avoid that they really burn themselves out. I think that in general is anyway a big topic that we are facing today in every organization and in society. And the one piece of advice, I'm repeating myself, but I think the best thing is to stay curious. And Gerda gave some beautiful examples earlier, that age is not a limitation to start learning something or trying something completely new. I mean, I turned 53 this year, and I've started learning another language. I think you can keep yourself motivated by not thinking about the age, because you can also create an unconscious bias and boundary for yourself.
Thank you. Christina.
Just real quick, because I know we have 30 seconds now, but just in terms of hybrid and change and what COVID brought to the table, I would say just a couple of examples. CEOs that have been very pushy about hybrid work are, older than 60. No, just to keep it there. So it's nothing to do with that generation. Also, we see people that have been blunt about, not being remote work. For example, Elon Musk, that we know in Twitter, he's 51 years old. So again, it depends on the individual. And lastly, a tip of advice: just be proud of what you bring to the table and focus on your uniqueness, no matter if it's based on gender or disabilities or age, whatever it is. Focus on your strengths.
Thank you. And the very last word, Gerda, in 10 seconds, if you manage to.
Dare to dream and follow them.
Wonderful. Thank you again so much. I know we are absolutely out of time, but it's been such a pleasure to talk about something that perhaps we don't really get to talk too much about, at least not in public spaces, but or digital spaces. Although, of course, the conversation seems to be getting some momentum across the board now. So it's been a pleasure really to being with you. Thank you again so much to our wonderful panelists, Gerda, Yassine, Miriam, and Christina. And thank you all for listening. And hopefully we'll see you again very soon. And for anyone interested in what we do at Sustainable Views, come and find us at sustainableviews.com. Thanks again.
Thank you, Sylvia, and all panelists for an inspiring and enlightening session on not only the challenges we face in an age-diverse workforce, but also how to tackle these with some great ideas and turn it from being a challenge to an opportunity. Last but not least for today is our panel on purposeful leadership, moderated by our very own editorial director, Paul Lewis. Purposeful leadership has really taken hold in only the last few years, and I'd say is exasperated by a combined storm of conscious consumers, employee preferences, and a realization that a company's purpose is about far more than just making profits for the shareholders. So let's kick off our panel on purposeful leadership, where we'll hear about leadership challenges that the panelists are currently facing in their organization. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you so much, Gustav. And good afternoon, and welcome to this last session of the day on purposeful leadership. It's a big topic, much of which has been touched on already, but I'm delighted to be joined by my panelists who will give a range of perspectives. Ian Walker, who's Senior Director of Talent Development for Salesforce, Mitch Beckman, CHRO of Weber, US unit of Ferrovial, Nandani Linton, VP of Organizational Growth at Siemens Energy, and Harriet Whaley-Cohen, a leadership and DEI facilitator with many clients across many sectors. So purposeful leadership seems to mean different things to different companies and has certainly changed over time. Not too long ago, purpose in business seemed to be focused on the bottom line, as long as there were no breaches of the rules. People then began to talk about how producing goods and services that consumers really want is inherently a social good because it solves problems in the markets, whether they're big or small. But as companies began to understand that all stakeholders matter, and then realize that companies may have actually quite a role to play in society more generally, expectations of them from within and outside have dramatically changed, as Gustav has alluded to. We all now seem to be affected by events in the world, and leaders are asking, what is the narrative that can explain a company's broader role in society in a way that is both convincing and powerful? Now, throughout this session, please do ask questions, and we'll try to answer them either during the discussion or towards the end of the discussion. It's part and parcel of this learning process. So let me start with Ian. Now, your founder at Salesforce, Mark Benioff, has been very vocal about the company purpose and the question really is, how has his message filtered through the organization, and how effective has it been? Ian.
Well, thank you so much. I think to answer that question, we need to understand that bigger picture, which is what I've loved the sequence of these sessions which we've been tapping into. I think it's important to put it into that wider societal context. We're dealing with unprecedented complexity and ambiguity, obviously with the climate, with what's happened in Ukraine, with the recent pandemic, with changes in politics. We're moving from a world 20, 30 years ago where we were looking at democracy as being something which is going to become pervasive. Now that seems to be under threat as well. So many of the certainties which we've taken for granted historically now seem to be not there anymore. So that ground is something which has shifted and which feels much less certain. So I think in response to that, our company has done a few things and continues to do a few things, and I'll talk a little bit about that. The first is that we've added sustainability explicitly as one of our values. It's always been there. It's always been something we've focused on, but we've had 4 values up until now. Trust being the number one value. We always talk about trust, customer success, equality, and innovation, which obviously for a tech company is really important to remain ahead of the game. We've added sustainability, and our head of sustainability, he was at a leadership development event I was on recently, and he talked about this need for every leader in the company to start incorporating sustainability into everything that we do. And that's a complete mind shift, I think. And when I think about sustainability, I don't just think about the way probably he interpreted it, which is, climate and sustainability from the planetary point of view, but also sustainability as a business. And I think that's a real key shift that we're seeing now within Salesforce, is really thinking about, okay, we're now 70,000 people. We're no longer a young startup. Benioff is still in place, as you mentioned him. We still have a lot of the same leadership in place, and we still have an amazing agility in place. But we also need to think about how can we become more sustainable long-term as a business. So I think sustainability takes on this bigger view. And the third thing, which also came out of, I think, the last discussion around ageism, is inclusivity, diversity, and equality as being another driver. I talked about it's one of our key values, but I think that's something which we're seeing as being a key driver within our company as well. So at the corporate level, we've always had this concept of stakeholder versus shareholder capitalism as being one of our underpinning principles, as you mentioned, Paul. I think it was Larry Fink who described it well. Society is demanding that companies serve a social purpose. So they need to think much more about what is the why, as Simon Sinek talked about. What is the why behind the company that I work for? And I think particularly the younger generation, but I would also include myself, it's always been really important to me to work for a company that has very strong values and values that I can associate with and buy into. But I think that's becoming increasingly important. And Salesforce has always been a very, very values-driven company. And we use that explicitly. We talk every company meeting about trust, particularly trust with our customers, trust with our employees, and trust in our technology as well. So it's trust in a very holistic sense. So if I think about how that translates to leadership at the individual level, if we look into the past, and I know some of your previous speakers have alluded to this, I think purpose in leadership in the past was really rooted in the leader themselves. It was this idea that, the Steve Jobs of this world, the Bill Gates of this world, the Jack Welches of this world, very strong personalities with very strong purpose, but they kind of pulled people almost physically with them, rather than enabled them and supported them in bringing them with them. And I think that's a shift which we're seeing in leadership, which I'll talk to. We had this very strong command and control model in the past, which was in some ways successful, but I think it had a significant human cost. And I think, if the pandemic has taught us anything, it's taught us that command and control is an illusion. Maybe it's always been a bit of an illusion, but you can't look over someone's shoulder when they're working, remotely from you as a leader. So I think that's something which has shifted dramatically. And I think that, even in the early 2000s, Jim Collins, in his book Good to Great, called out this idea that actually leaders that can lead from the back or from the side are actually more effective than those that only have this position at the front, where they're riding the white stallion and have to be the center of attention and be seen to be leading explicitly. So if we take this to the present, I came across this acronym recently, which has been around for a while, but it's kind of a parallel to VUCA, which is, I think, Rory Simpson talked about the VUCA world. It's the Banny world we live in now, which is there's a brittleness about what's going on, which is leading to an anxiety and this kind of idea that we have this non-linear complexity, which people are finding difficult then to comprehend. So brittleness, anxiety, non-linearity, and incomprehensibility, I think, is now a theme which leaders are having to contend with. And so I think leaders there need to tap into different voices in order to address that. And if I think about something that the late General Colin Powell said, he was on Salesforce's board. He talked about the importance of listening to every voice in the room before he spoke. As the most senior person in the room, he recognized that if he raised his voice and said, "This is what I think we would do," everyone go, "Oh, great idea." And he made a point of saying, "I will actually listen to the most junior person in the room because they're the ones closest to what's happening." And I think that's a real key shift in terms of leadership as well. So it's asking different questions, it's being more open. And I talk about this idea of moving from command and control to curiosity. And I think another one of your speakers, I think it was Rory, again, maybe talked about the importance of curiosity in leadership. Being genuinely curious and genuinely thinking, I don't know all the answers, I think is really key. And so that's kind of characterized to me by this concept which came from an HBR article around moving from micromanagement to micro-understanding. So really understanding humans at the human level. And I think that's something else that Rory talked about. Bringing humanizing the corporation, humanizing leadership is really, really important. So in terms of what Salesforce is doing, I talked about the shift to stakeholder capitalism. We have very consistent messaging top down. We use a method called the V2 MOM, which is vision, values, methods, obstacles, and metrics. And every year we revise our V2 MOM, this planning method, where we look at vision and we assess, have we got the right vision for the coming year ahead? And we will crowdsource input into what are the things which we should be doing, so the whole company can be involved in this process. And once we've established this high-level corporate V2 MOM, as we call it, every single leader at every level needs to cascade and create their own V2 MOM, which taps into this company V2 MOM. And so it enables us to be strongly values-driven, to have a very clear vision about what we want to accomplish, and also to be adaptive to the environment that we're in for the coming year. And we can adapt that V2 MOM. We have a review every half year to make sure that we're also remaining relevant, which for a company of 70,000 people is quite something. But we had to do that, particularly during the pandemic, adjust our products, for example, to the needs of the pandemic, and other adaptations which we need to do, particularly in this world which is so dynamic. So those are just a few of the things. There are other things, but I think I've probably talked long enough just to kind of get us started, Paul. Does that help?
Yes, that's you bring up so many critical points, and I'd like to come back to some of the if we have time, the practicality of moving from that command and control idea to something that is a bit more, for want of a better term, democratic. But what are the actual the difficulties that you'd find with that, and this idea that you have an internal message but you also have an external message as well, and making sure those are aligned. But hopefully we can come back to that. Can I move to Nandani? I mean, energy obviously is, front and center when it comes to people's perceptions of, role in society and the significance of it. How do you see things have changed? How has the idea of leadership and purpose evolved up to now, and both the internal and the external way of looking at it?
Thank you. And indeed, building on what Ian was saying, and as you point out, energy is absolutely at the center of this kind of disrupting world, right? Whether it's climate crisis, whether it's what's happening with the war in Ukraine, whether it's looking at what developing nations need, energy keeps coming up in the middle of that. And at the same time, the industry itself is disrupting, right? How do we move to renewables? How do we go carbon neutral? What's going on with the fossil fuels? Yeah, these are huge political, social, and much more than that questions. And a sixth of the world's electricity runs through Siemens Energy machines, lines, so we're very aware that what we do as a company has a direct impact, a sizable impact on the world. And let me just add that in addition, as a company, because here we get to leadership, obviously we have the name Siemens, that's an 170-year-old legacy culture, where we keep saying we're the world's oldest startup, because since 2 years we were carved out, spun off. We've been on the DAX in Germany as a standalone listed company, but it's only 2 years. And so it's this mix of doing something very new, plus doing stuff that's very old, having a new culture that we're building at the same time that we have a very old one. And just 2 months ago, less than 2 months ago, we had a new operating system, which has gone live. It's public knowledge that we're very likely to be integrating the wind power company, Siemens Gamesa, in the coming year. So that change that keeps going. To me, the most powerful thing that we are doing is that the purpose has been consistent since the first. The actual strategy, we have what we call the strategy one-pager. On one page, it outlines how, what are the main challenges? What is the company doing? The purpose is on top. And that strategy document has not changed since we were spun off. And I think it's so important to show people what is consistent, and that things like a purpose and even a strategy, or at least the building blocks of the strategy, they can stay the same. So you can imagine in what I've all described just now, you may have employees who say, oh my Lord, plus COVID, plus this stuff, the world is chaos, my work is chaos, what's going on? And to keep showing, hey, this hasn't changed and that hasn't changed, right? Yes, we're taking out levels because we want to hear more from the people closest to the customer, from the people closest to the partnerships that we're building. But certain building blocks are still there. I think that's an important part of leadership, not just to come up with them, but to keep communicating them, right? Because you have to take your people along. So just kind of briefly circling back, in a way, the question was, what leadership challenges do you have? Well, I kind of feel like, which ones don't we have, right, in this situation? But what are some of our biggest needs, right? How do we build a different kind of partnership with customers, with society, with tech partners, with innovation startups? We've got a whole startup landscape, and we have to learn to be a partner and not to be, the biggest, oldest gorilla in the room, which is something that could easily be in the DNA still. So it's new behaviors. Even collaborating across silos is new behaviors. And as this listed company, to realize, how do I deal with the complexity that so many leaders need to think about? What I do, my decisions, what I say can have an immediate impact
on this multiple stakeholders. Yes, of course, the markets, but also your own employees, your customers, your partners. Yeah, in this world, everybody's listening. And to me, that's an almost inhuman complexity that people have to deal with. And that takes not just a mindset shift. It's actually about how do we develop our minds to be able to work with that complexity, right? So I think that's the huge development challenge. And I'll just finish quickly because, diversity was mentioned, hugely important. We have now an executive management board of 6 people. 2 are women. It's 5 different nationalities and ethnic backgrounds. That makes a difference. As we put in the new operating model, we took out half the layers of management, and the top layers are now so much more diverse than they were. It makes a difference. ESG we take seriously because, especially as an energy company, people are looking and it has direct impact. So things that we're doing also, also with your group. I mean, how do we work on leadership at scale? How do we get this kind of information down to leaders? And how do we help them understand what I do has an impact? It is very complex, and there are ways to be learning that. So I think I'll stop there to give us a chance, but thank you.
No, you raise such a critical point there, which is this issue of consistency. What has to run through consistently that everybody can buy into, but at the same time adapt to change. And I think in the follow-up, we're going to talk about what change lies ahead. And we've had a lot of that discussion already in the session. But the idea of what is constant, what anchors you? And I think that's a critical thing. I guess turning to Mitch, on that issue, I mean, how do you maintain a consistent message about, the purpose while all around is changing? And you yourself, of course, you're part of a bigger group, but that wasn't always the case. How do you negotiate that, possibly a clash of purpose or an realignment of purpose?
Yeah, colliding cultures of coming together. So we are very intentional on our design within the smaller company Weber in the U.S. and what we do, but being a part of the Ferrovial family. I think it goes back, even though we're talking about the changing leadership, there are certain things that we may give different names and different things to it, but it comes back to alignment, correct? Understanding culture. Culture is huge. The values, everyone who's spoken so far and even throughout the day are talking about values, and how you tie your company to those values are just absolutely, it's imperative. We're faced with a lot of change from the environment outside itself, from the political that we've mentioned, from the materials and shortages, labor. You read some articles now, you think this was a new thing, this labor market. I mean, we've been in the talent war for over 100 years. And some things are just consistent. The most certain thing we have is uncertainty. And so what we've done inside is we've created a strategy within Ferrovial itself that looks over the horizon. Matter of fact, we've given it that name, that looking forward. In everything we do, we know we have a world on the move, and being in the infrastructure business is how do we keep that world moving in a very safe and efficient and effective manner. And innovation, one of our key values in the company, is something that we majorly focus on, not only inside the company itself, with the initiatives we do, but outside the company, getting community thought, getting thought leaders from around the world is a part of it. So how do you take I was listening, just talking on Siemens and how huge and just the amazing things that they're pulling off as I was listening to that. And Ian talked. It's all about alignment. It's all about cultures. It's all about values. Coming back that you've got to know who you are as an organization. And in a world of disruptions, don't let the distractions mess up the disruptions, right? Don't let the noise go out, and you've got to remove the noise and get really focused on what's going on. When the pandemic hit us here in the U.S., as it did with many people, our first 30 days we had a survive mindset, if you will. How do we do this? This is unprecedented. What do we do? But we quickly moved from a survive mindset to a thrive. We realized that as a construction company, an infrastructure company, we had essential workers. We had things that had to continue to move things going. And so we knew very intentionally that we had to change the way that we were looking at things and the way that we were going to work. I think there's going to be a lot written about the pandemic and the change and the impact that it's made for us. For sure, we've felt it. We've lost close friends. The impact on us has been measurable, but I think in a way, it's almost been like a pruning of a plant and cutting away some things that I think that is going to allow companies and us to flourish like we've never been able to before. We used to ask, why should we? Now we ask, why can't we? Why can't we do that? Why can't we look at that? And so it's changed the way that we think from reacting to responding to situations. Reactors blow things up. Responders heal. Responders come in and evaluate and make the diagnosis that we need to do that's going to change it. I think that's one of the mindsets that we've seen within Thoroville, that we've seen in Weber, is to get back to those things that we know are true, our culture, our values, and to be able to look over that horizon to see where we can take things.
Yes, I think when you say you've got to know who you are, I think that goes to the heart of it, really, because as you go through really tough times, and there have been some obviously really tough times already, how do you keep steady? How do you anchor yourself? And in fact, later on, I want to, if we have time, just to talk about what is going to happen over the horizon. You mentioned that looking over the horizon, so that you don't get thrown off course when you know who you are. The sort of resilience, that culture of resilience has to come out. But let me turn to Harriet. So you have a very different perspective here. You see companies from the outside, but you're looking very much at the characters within and the needs and demands of individuals, trying to sort of empower them. How much is that individual motivation really about purpose, the purpose from the company's point of view, but also the purpose from the individual? Tell us what you see in the market now.
I think this is the crux of the issue when it comes to attracting and retaining staff and staff performance, and the leaders that I'm working with, is that when they are very clear on who they are and what matters to them and how they want to show up and the kind of organization they want to be aligned with, they want to be in a place where they feel proud of where they're working, where they feel proud of the difference that the organization makes, and where they know that they can hand on heart align themselves with that organization. And in that sense, and I know this has already come up, the values piece is just absolutely vital. And I think that it's one of the places that I'm seeing the biggest disengagement is where senior leaders don't feel that they can really get on board with the organization, or they don't feel it's going in the right direction. That's where people are struggling to retain staff. That's where people are disengaging. That's where they're not performing. So I think in terms of fulfillment and in terms of people throwing their heart and soul into the work that they're doing, and also, which was already mentioned, this idea of, the great storytelling, the putting forward of the vision, and bringing everybody along with you. If you can genuinely, authentically put your heart and soul into putting that forward, the people that you're leading feel it, they come along with you. and they want to be part of it, and with that brings that great sense of belonging that's so important. So I think that's a really big part of it. I think one of the other big challenges, and this has of course been touched on already, is we've been through a lot collectively, and we've been through a lot individually, and the world feels more uncertain. And I'm Gen X. For all of us Gen Xers, it feels more uncertain than it's ever felt before, and it feels quite sudden that this uncertainty, the last few years, has come down. And what we see before us is even greater uncertainty. And there's been this big readjustment to perhaps something that I call with my clients learning to love the questions rather than needing to know the answers, and being comfortable with the uncertainty, but so steeped in knowing your own self-worth, knowing your values, knowing that you can lead, knowing that you can hold yourself steady, that it's going to be okay despite the uncertainty. And from that place, actually, it becomes more possible to open up to the opportunity. And as Mitch just mentioned, to be in that space of responding, healing, rather than the defensive attacking mode of old.
Yeah, as you say, this idea of feeling proud of the organization, I know what it's like to feel proud of an organization. I know what it's like not to feel proud of an organization, and there's a world of difference. I think what you've all alluding to here is this idea that everyone has a bit more of a voice. And if everyone has a bit more of a voice, whether or not it's directed from the top or whether it's just part of the culture anyway through the organization, this seems to really sort of almost turbocharge that sense of belonging, that sense of purpose. But another thing was mentioned earlier today about growth. And I've always wondered whether or not it's this idea of feeling proud of an organization, what it says it represents, or the fact the organization just happens to be doing very well, and we all want to get part of that exciting story. And I'm just wondering whether or not you have any thoughts on, what is the bigger motivator, in a sense. If things are going well, you possibly ignore a lot of the bad things in the company, and it's only when things are going bad that you then, all these tensions start to surface. Do you have any sort of thoughts on where that line is? That's you, Harriet. Sorry.
Yes, just checking.
Okay.
I think increasingly, and I think that the period of lockdowns that we experienced here in the UK and in many other different parts of the world has led people home to their values, and they're no longer willing to compromise, and that people's values have shifted, or their awareness of what matters to them has really shifted. And then I think that even if business is going gangbusters and things are going phenomenally well, if they feel that what the organization that they're working for is doing is unethical, unaligned, there's diversity issues, that they're not practicing what they preach. And we've seen that this week. We've seen it with what's going on in Qatar, haven't we, with some organizations that have purposefully said, I'm pulling out. There's a German supermarket whose name's just escapes me, who've removed their sponsorship from the German national team because they've taken off their armbands, right? And I would imagine that people who are working there who feel that kind of allyship is really important to them would feel very proud of it. And I wonder how people whose perhaps the organization they work for is sponsoring other teams who have towed the party line but they haven't pulled the sponsorship, how they're feeling. What would that feel like to be an LGBTQ plus person in that organization that now realizes the place you work is actually just a performative ally and not a genuine ally? What does that really feel like? And I can imagine that there's people on LinkedIn right now looking to move because they no longer feel safe, they no longer feel like they belong, they can't buy into the vision. And it doesn't matter how successful the company is, that stuff is more important than it's ever been. And with the shortage of talent, or the fight for talent, I think that people are well within their rights to say, okay, well, where do I feel most aligned? Where will I be most valued? Where will I be happiest? Because we know that when people feel happy and aligned, they give their best and perform their best as well. And a rising tide lifts all boats. Why would you not want to be giving that best, somewhere where you feel aligned.
Yeah, I mean, it's an incredibly powerful signal, isn't it, when the company turns around and says, well, we're actually going to take action rather beyond the words, regardless of the commercial impact it may or may not have. There's an example of this. When the Russia crisis happened back in 1998, it was all about how do we deal with this, much more complex emerging market. With the current Russia crisis, what's happened is the companies have pulled out to a great extent as a result of the public opinion, customer opinion, stakeholder opinion back in home markets. This is a huge shift, and it requires a change in mindset as to where not just the risks, but the expectations now lie in the economy. And I guess I throw it out to all of you for a sort of a quick response. How do you feel that where the pressures for change are coming from? Is it simply this is the collective opinion of consumers worldwide, instantaneously sort of logged into what the story of the day is? Is it the customers? Is it the stakeholders? Is it just general public opinion? Where is this change that we are seeing, and it's going to continue? Where's it coming from? Maybe Ian start.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, the example that comes to mind for me is the establishment in our company of the ethical and humane use of software office, which came directly from an internal Slack group where someone internally raised concerns about how our software might be being used. And so our senior leadership responded to that, not by going, oh, we can't talk about that, that's kind of off limits. It's like, well, let's listen to that, because that's not just the voice of an employee, that's a much bigger voice which is being expressed, because of course all of our employees are consumers as well, right? They represent a much bigger constituency. And I think that's the key, is how do companies deal with those difficult questions? And it's not to say, as we talked about, do you have an answer to those complex questions, but at least you're talking about them and you're getting them out in the open and you're addressing them. And I think that's what companies which are more progressive have done and will continue to do, which is not to walk away from the difficult questions, but actually to say, let's talk about this, let's get it out there. We don't know all the answers. So Salesforce is established together with other people within industry to say, let's talk about this and let's come up with some industry guidelines around this problem, which we can all buy into. And I think that's the way that we should be dealing with these issues which are out there in the bigger society. So I think it's reflective of society as a whole, but there's a microcosm of that within the company.
Yes, Nandani, everyone seems to have a voice, and everyone's voice is increasingly being heard now. Is that where you see things moving over the next sort of 5 to 10 years?
Yes, and for us, it's slightly, it's not quite as direct. We don't sell to individual consumers, obviously, but those voices are impacting investors. So we see ESG, for instance, as a really big movement, and we've fully said we want to be a leader in that. So that's a pressure from the market, if you will, that can be used then to change the company in the same way that impacts governments. So you get regulations. For instance, in the US, there are new regulations since last year that our customers start asking us or anyone who bids on something for them, so what is your diversity, right? Tell us exactly where this money is going. What's it being put towards? So I see this as a system that's self-reinforcing, where you can use those forces then to make sure that change becomes global and also gets moved through the company. So I always look for, where's the big stick from the outside? That's the best way to make stuff happen.
Yes. Well, Mitch, on this issue, where are we going to be sort of 5 years, 10 years time? Is it just going to be pretty much more of what we're grappling with now? Or do you see something else that's going to affect the way we think about purpose?
What a great question. And if I could figure that answer out and share it right here, we can get a beach house somewhere. I think it's going to just continuously evolve. The thing is that humans are humans. And we can't lose the factor of AI and all the different noise and things that we see that are predicting and very good. But at the end of the day, I think and we're talking about the voices and how loud and certainly media, social media has given voice. We have to be careful, though, that within companies, not just the external out there, but I want to hear inside the voice of our own people and make sure that it's not just a partial voice out here. And we have to be careful as leadership and as companies. Man, I tell you, it's a crazy world, and we have to be careful in the balance of that with the people. But hearing that voice, understanding how we are made, I think, is very important as humans. And I would go to a word, and the word is significance. That each and every person has incredible significance, not because of what they do, not because of the value they bring their company, but because they're a human being. And understanding that and trying to engage that human, engage that person to develop to the best that they can be. See, a company is not us and them. I mean, we're a company of people. There is no company without the people. And so it's the values that we have. And the values are a matter of the heart that transforms what we believe into what we do every day. That's what values are. And I think as we look out over that horizon, we cannot lose sight of the human heart and the incredible significance that our people have.
Yes, that's fascinating. I just think the topic is so big and it's so hard to define exactly what's going to carry us through and what's going to be sort of jettisoned along the way. We will have to see. We've got some questions and some fantastic questions around the comments you've already made. I'm just going to read out a couple. I think we're probably running out of time here, but yes, here from, we used to talk about purpose versus profit. Are shareholders starting to see purpose as competitive advantages that can make a business even more profitable? I mean, for sure, things are moving that way. It's hard to quantify. Who would like to take that? Are shareholders now pretty much, it seems to me shareholders are very much on board with purpose. It has almost a tangible, almost financial value to it. And Danny, do you want to have a response to that?
Yeah, quickly, I think it's true. I think we talked about the consistency, right? And the purpose is what gives the values a sense. And I love what Mitch said about values turning what you believe into what you do. And so if you're aligned, then purpose is telling you actually what people are going to do, and that will presumably turn into a profit unless things go very, very crazy. So I think they're much more married. I think the stakeholders see them as two sides of a coin, much more than they used to.
Harriet, I want to ask you a question about what, looking forward 5 to 10 years, what do you think the company can represent to the individual employee, given all the stresses that we've talked about, the tech stress, the changing global environment, that need to be heard, that need to have a voice, and obviously the question of diversity, which is becoming ever more sort of fundamental. How would people view a company? Do they see a company as something that can protect them, as a safe haven, or do they see the company as something that's kind of almost disaggregate the person? What can you offer? You know, what are your skills? How can we leverage your skills to the most? Is it something of a company being almost a humane place to be? It's something that encourage that sort of self-space to develop as a person, or something maybe a bit dystopian where what are the skills you can offer and how much are they worth? That kind of calculation. How do you see things in the future?
I see it as very much developing as a partnership. I don't think it has to be either or. I think it can be both. It can be a place where, given the skills that you bring to the table and the company's operations, what they do and how that aligns and how the values align, and how that your purposes can actually come together to almost accelerate and move everybody forwards in the same direction. I think to see it as having to be one or the other is missing a trick there, very much so. And I think one of the things that is increasingly important to people is the sense of, where will my career develop? How will I be supported to do this? And within that, understanding that there are different traits that are being valued in terms of leadership compared to, say, 5-10 years ago, where it was pretty much, about results and competitiveness and assertiveness and all these kinds of things. Whereas now, empathy, vulnerability, collaboration, all these kinds of things. And I think there's an awful lot more people who feel that on that basis, in the direction that things are moving in, it's something that they can throw their heart into and really align with. And so I think with that sense of partnership, and not just common purpose, but also common journey and common understanding of how we will best get there together, I think that's where the greatest gain and fulfillment, as well as pure profit and success, lies.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting way in which we see this shift, but actually perhaps those of an older generation are pleasantly surprised when one talks about the sort of empathy and togetherness and listening, and this, it's almost welcome that this command and control thing actually isn't the reality. Things are moving, and I think, as you say, everyone, it's not just a generational thing. Everyone can sort of thrive a little bit better. I'm just going to end. We've really got maybe a minute. One question here I want to know. Absolute gems. If you're given 3 pieces of advice for a small business that's trying to scale, what would that be? So think about this idea of purpose, but trying to scale. Maybe not so much 3, or we'll take 3 from each of you. Can you think of one piece of advice? Ian, what would your piece of advice for someone trying to scale and maintain that purpose?
Well, I think it comes down back to this, starting with the why, being very, very clear on why you exist as a corporation and what is it that you're fulfilling as a function in society over and above simply making a profit. That would be my one.
Okay, Mitch?
Have a solution mindset. Be a solution. Never a quick no, but a slow yes. How do you get to yes with your customers, with your employees? Understand them and get to a yes with them.
And Dani?
I'd say it's, how do you involve people? How do you make that a conversation with your employees, even with your customers, with your partners? Discuss with them. We still want to do this purpose. We're getting bigger. How can that look? How can maybe that can grow as well?
Okay. And finally, Harriet, from the individual's point of view, what is it they have to consider?
Being a purpose-driven business who is currently scaling, the biggest advice that I would have from my own experience here is to get help. Ask for help. Get really great mentoring. Look up the ladder at people who know how to do it and know how to achieve that growth without compromising on purpose, and get their advice. Collaborate. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel yourself. There's so many incredible people, and in the purpose-driven world, we're all incredibly keen to uplift each other. So collaboration is key.
Well, that's a very uplifting way to end this session. Thank you very much. I think we've ended, yes, on a very optimistic note that things are working out. We're getting a sense of where the company can go to, what it can be. And experience shows that it's in many, many cases is working. People are on board with it. So Ian, Nandani, Mitch and Harriet, thank you so much for ending this session. And I'm going to hand back to Gustav, who will end with a few words. Thank you so much.
What a powerful way to conclude this afternoon on the topic of the why, purpose, purposeful leadership, and the many great stories and perspectives that you shared. So thank you, Paul, and all of you panelists. It's been a content-rich, a perspective-rich afternoon with many real nuggets of wisdom, insights, and most importantly, stories shared along the way. And as I mentioned earlier, I really hope you managed to take some of these insights from panels, keynotes, and take it back to your own context and ask yourself how this affects you, your leadership. There were many points, but I wanted to highlight 3 points that I took away. And that is starting with the wider context in which we operate. We can expect the change and even crises will be a constant. And if anything, will only really accelerate. And we need to be prepared to operate through these. And I think really one important lesson here is to nurture a culture where we can learn how to embrace change and really develop confidence in managing and even instilling joy in change. The second point is the power of rekindling our childlike qualities, curiosity, creativity, storytelling. These naturally create connection and a more human environment. And finally, to find ways to engage all your employees through values, through the culture, and make them feel included, as this is a necessity. In an era where more work flexibility, but also where we see and realize the power in managing diversity of all kind in our organizations. There were many more, but these were some of the points that really stuck with me. What are yours? It's been an absolute privilege to have so many from our community and our partners involved in today's Learning Exchange, both panels and connecting online, engaging throughout the day. Thank you very much for joining the conversation. I think we all agree learning is not for the select few. It's for all of us. And if we want to keep growing, if we want to thrive and actually have a positive impact, positive change, we need to nurture this collective learning through conversations like this and so forth. Because ultimately, if we want to go far, we need to go together. Stay curious, keep learning, and a big thank you from all of us at Headspring.